knows the answer to the stupid question. What sport was Abraham Lincoln a champion in? I will tell you this. It is not NASCAR. 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Angelo, see if we can get the answer. Angelo, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, my man. All right, so indeed, what was the sport that Abe Lincoln was a champion in, please?
Wrestling.
Wrestling. That is correct. Angelo, hang on.
He was known as the Nut Buster. And
that was his signature move.
Yeah, he'd jump off the turnbuckle.
Angelo.
Come out to blaring chamber music and the crowd would go nuts.
Yeah. Nut Buster, Nut Buster, Nut Buster. It was Abraham Lincoln before he decided to get into politics. So, Angelo, hang on. You just got yourself a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan.
You want to see some nuts busted?
Brian Regan, January 14th at the Miller Theater in Center City, and some tickets remain. You can go to WMMR.com for more information.
It's a different kind of professional wrestling back.
All right. I'm sure you saw this, but Jeremy Renner of the Avengers fame was airlifted to a hospital in Nevada on Sunday following an accident involving a snow plow. One of his neighbors said the plow accidentally ran over one of his legs, causing him to lose a lot of blood. The Hawkeye actor's rep said that he is in critical but stable condition on Sunday night, adding that his family is with him, is receiving excellent care. I saw a little update this morning that he's already had 2 surgeries.
Yes.
And he's in stable condition right now, but it was a severe injury. Renner lives near Mount Rose Ski Tahoe and has posted videos to social media showing him clearing out snow after storms in the past. He had captioned a video shared from last year that said, I have so much respect for Mother Earth and Mother Nature. I expect to lose the fight, but I'll always give it my best shot. Tahoe life. And snow thrower with a hashtag.
So his place is beautiful, as you would imagine, and it isn't a place that becomes inaccessible unless you have like real heavy equipment to clear the snow. And there's a picture, I think it's on his Instagram, of him standing in an area that he had just cleared, and the snow is up like 11 feet. So it's crazy.
Yeah, when you get out that way, it gets real intense. So the good news is that he is, he's in stable condition, and hopefully won't have any lasting, lingering effects, but no word on exactly how the incident
how that would happen, yeah.
So we'll see. I'm assuming someone else was driving or something. I don't know.
Or perhaps got out of the vehicle and didn't realize it was still,
We'll see.
We'll find out.
Yesterday, Ellen DeGeneres shared a touching clip from the last episode of her show to Instagram in honor of her longtime friend and co-star, Stephen Twitch Boss. She said, I will forever be grateful that the show ended with Twitch by my side. He passed away, took his own life in December. He was only 40 years old. We were all just blown away by that. In the clip, which originally aired in May of 2022, Twitch shared what he appreciated most about being a part of the show, writing, what I'm feeling most of all is grateful and thankful. Everybody put so much care into the show because you stepped out in courage, and we appreciate you. He had said this to Ellen. And he said, and I'm so grateful that I got to be a part of this and a part of the family. Ellen responded by sharing how the pair always said, I love you to one another. Every time they say goodbye, the atmosphere is family, she had added. Courtney Love was almost Fight Club's Marla Singer before her role eventually went to Helena Bonham Carter. But the whole front woman revealed that a tense conversation with Brad Pitt led to her losing the role. While joining Mark Maron for an interview, Courtney claimed that she, quote, went nuclear on Pitt after the actor and director Gus Van Sant had pitched a Kurt Cobain movie to her. She said, I wouldn't let Brad play Kurt. I went nuclear. I don't do Faust. Who the F do you think you are? And she added that she had told Brad, I don't know if I trust you, and I don't know that your movies are for profit. They're really good social justice movies, but if you don't get me, you kind of don't get Kurt, and I don't feel like you do, Brad.
Okay.
So she revealed that after the conversation, she was fired. After that particular conversation, she was fired from Fight Club. Pitt's co-star Edward Norton, who was Love's romantic partner at the time, was the one who had told her the news. She said he starts sobbing, and he was like, I don't have the power. But a source close to the film shared in a statement to Billboard, nearly 25 years ago, Courtney Love auditioned for a role in Fight Club, a role she was never offered at any point. You cannot be fired for a job that you didn't get. It's common knowledge that roles are not decided by other actors, but by the director.
She was always adamant that the role of Kurt Cobain should have been played by Louis Anderson, but a lot of people disagreed with that.
So there was a follow-up to this story that she posted on Instagram. I think this came out yesterday. She wrote, "Hi, regarding the story that I told Mark Maron, a story I was never going to tell. Brad pushed me a bridge too far. I don't like the way he does business or wields his power. It's a simple fact, and it started during the production of Fight Club. I understand how much a game of roulette casting is. I'm not here 22 years later bitching about losing a part, playing someone's side piece in a movie. On the podcast, I recount the day that Brad and Gus Van Sant called me for lunch and tried to blackmail me over my role for the rights to a film about Kurt. I lost my S on them, and by 7 p.m., I was fired from Fight Club."
Well, that would have pissed me off, too.
She said, every word of this is factual. This was always a secret that I was fine keeping. It's a movie, indeed. I passed on better roles than that. Who cares? The point is, Brad kept on stalking me about Kurt. Now, she went on to post that as recently as 2020, she and Brad Pitt had another discussion about a Kurt Cobain film. She said, "It's because I'm in recovery and resentment is like drinking poison and hoping the other person dies. I was over being mad about it. Plus, I heard that Brad was dealing with the same demons, so we might both have changed our spiritual worldviews. Not to be," she said. It's not just the Zoom I had with Brad in 2020 where I said no to Plan B Films and Brad producing it. It's that I said no on the Zoom, and that was not enough, and I was not heard. I was ignored. I had no plans to bring it up with Mark Maron, but it came up. I told the story because I felt Pitt would not stop pursuing Kurt unless I said it in public." So there you go.
There you go.
I don't know. For whatever.
So they're not dating.
For whatever it's worth. Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't want to play Kurt now, right?
No.
He's way too old to play that role.
I think he would be, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what the story is, and I don't know what to believe. So
Maybe another one of those sort of fantastical things where he survives and doesn't die and goes on to live as, that sort of spin on it.
yeah, never know.
Maybe put him in space.
That could work too. Kurt Cobain in space.
Yeah. Space Force.
Yeah.
Captain Kurt Cobain. I mean, I know it's a stretch.
Well, there's a video that surfaced over the weekend, and it showed Dana White of UFC fame preparing to strike his wife during an argument in a nightclub on New Year's Eve. We should have an audio of this, Marissa.
Yeah.
The UFC president has issued a statement stating that there is no excuse for his actions. TMZ published a video of the altercation with White and his wife, Anna White, appearing to argue before Anna struck her husband, leading Dana to strike her back multiple times. The situation took place at a nightclub in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. And we have a clip of him talking about this.
Yes, his apology.
Here we go.
There was definitely a lot of alcohol involved, but that's no excuse. I literally am making no excuses for this thing at all. It's never happened before. It's the first time that it's ever happened. And people are going to say what they're going to say. And whatever people do say, it's deserved. I deserve it. It happened. I don't know why it happened. And, my wife and I have apologized to each other. We've apologized to our kids. And you don't put your hands on a woman ever.
So they've been together for like 30 years. They've known each other since they were kids. And, he says, and she released a statement as well saying that there's no love lost between them.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know, but you're not supposed to do that.
You do
not do that.
Especially horrible look.
You don't hit your husband either.
Yeah.
I mean, out of nowhere. So don't go, people. Don't hit each other.
Whatever happened to that thumb wrestling?
Yeah.
Right? Thumb wrestling.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You decided.
I declare a thumb war.
Come on.
No sneak attacks with the index finger on that.
Do you think one marriage counselor ever suggests thumb wrestling, and it's sitting right there?
Okay, if someone uses sneak attack with the index finger,
don't like it.
Then you can hit them.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, you can shoot them.
Yep.
But you know what, Steve? How can she slap?
How can she slap?
That's right. She did slap.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
So, and then he slapped back like several times, which is.
How can she slap?
There There you go.
Take a little time off. You forget sometimes where your how can she slap button is.
Disgraced former Nickelodeon star Drake Bell and his wife, Janet Von Schmeling, are going their separate ways after 4 years of marriage. The pair are headed for divorce, and Bell has begun treatment. This is according to Page Six.
This guy is pretty troubled.
Yeah, this comes after the Drake and Josh star was seen huffing balloons in his car in December with his young son in the back seat.
All right.
A source from the outlet
Now, I know kids like balloons, but that's not what you do.
Von Schmeling has had enough.
Von Schmeling?
Yep. Bell also pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 2 years probation and 200 hours of community service for child endangerment. That was back in 2017 after a woman had accused him of sexually abusing her when she was 15. She had said during her hearing, he was calculating, he was preying on me, and sexually abused me. He is a monster and a danger to children.
That doesn't sound good. You know, early on in his career, I guess, or just after the show, I think he assumed he was going to become like a pop star, like a musician.
Yeah.
And it didn't quite break that way.
Yeah, he wrote the theme song for that show, and he played music on the show. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's him singing that theme song, and he wrote it, too.
And he became very pissed off because of that.
Yeah. Let's see. On Monday's episode of Good Morning America, Robin Roberts shared that she and her girlfriend of nearly 18 years, Amber Lagan, are going to get hitched in 2023 this year. She said, I'm saying yes to marriage. We're getting married this year. She added that the pair talked about marriage in the past, but decided to pull it off once Lagan was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2021.
She's beaten cancer twice.
And the Plant Juice Oils founder finished radiation therapy in 2020. So they are going to get married this year.
I'd love to see Von Schmeling be the maid of honor.
Good for them.
Somebody's getting married.
All right, so Angela Bassett's 16-year-old son, Slater Vance, issued an apology on Instagram yesterday for participating in a TikTok trend in which one falsely claims that a celebrity has died and films another person's reaction to that news. Vance, and this is where he messed up big time. Vance told his parents that Bassett's Black Panther co-star Michael B. Jordan had died. And this is someone that they know, that she knows very well.
So the difference is
crazy.
You're sitting in Little Rock at your kitchen table, and you say, hey, Ma, Dabney Coleman died.
Right.
Mom doesn't know Dabney Coleman. So this is a coworker and a friend.
Yep. So that's really bad.
It's stupid to begin with, but
it is.
I will say, because I watched this, I didn't realize it was Angela Bassett.
Yeah.
I saw her reaction. I thought it was just some woman. I had no idea.
And there's a history of death on that.
Yes. Yeah. So that would.
Yes.
Yeah, that would line right up with Chadwick Boseman dying. That would absolutely be something she would be shocked by, but not, like it could be within the realm of possibility.
Absolutely.
I know senses of humor are highly subjective, but can we just agree these are categorically not funny?
Yeah, they're not.
It's a terrible trend. Please make it stop.
Yeah.
To me, it's right up. No, it's a notch worse than I've just been heavily medicated during dental surgery, and I'm going to say dumb stuff.
At least that was rooted in some humor.
That was funny for a while.
Initially, I found that to be amusing, and then they got played out or whatever. But this is, I don't see the humor in this at all.
Yeah, so he had apparently...
There's just some lines you don't cross.
See? Bill Cosby gets it.
Okay, you have a Bill Cosby story,
The next story is a Bill Cosby story.
Yeah.
All right, so anyway, he had said, I would sincerely like to apologize. I would like to apologize to Jennifer Gardner.
And her pool boy.
No, I would sincerely like to apologize to Michael B. Jordan's entire family, his extended family, and him directly, as he is an idol of mine, Vance said in the video.
And the skull sealer.
He said,
Chrysagon?
Yeah.
Chrysagon, the skull sealer.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer. I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Okay.
I forgot about the beauty in that clip.
Yes.
The skull sealer.
Yes, the skull sealer. But he had said, I don't wish any bad ramifications of this of my actions upon his family nor my parents, as they deserve none of this backlash. So, yeah, dude. That's,
He was was properly remorseful because it's just an F up. Here's a tacit suggestion. Anything you see trending on TikTok, don't do it.
Hey, by the way, so I didn't see the video, and I have no idea how old this kid is.
He took it down immediately. He's probably 16.
Okay. It's young enough to not know that was really stupid, probably.
I mean, you're basically saying a coworker to your mother.
Yeah, and a friend. All right, so another Bill Cosby accuser has filed suit against the actor, claiming that he drugged and sexually assaulted her in 1986 when she was 21, according to new court papers.
It was during the Cosby Show, right?
Yep. Stacey Pinkerton claims the 85-year-old Cosby Show star groomed and manipulated her into believing that he was trying to help her career as a model and actress before he allegedly raped her in March 1986.
Supposedly his M.O.
According to Manhattan Supreme Court lawsuit on Friday. Pinkerton says the comedian gave her money, set her up in a hotel, even had her act on an episode of his show, though the scene was ultimately cut from the episode. But one night in March that year, Cosby's assistant had Pinkerton meet him at an Italian restaurant in Illinois where he drugged her meal without knowledge before forcing her into a car and carting her off to a room at the Drake Hotel in Chicago.
Great place. Try the Ginichetti.
Wow. Pinkerton escaped hours later when Cosby was sleeping. Man.
So look at his age. Look at what's happening. I mean, my guess is he'll cast off this mortal coil without ever really being held accountable. Listen, I don't know, but it seems to me there's all these fires, and it seems like he has a bad history with this.
Yep.
And so
a known history.
A known history.
Or at least amongst some of the entertainment circles. I mean, that's how the whole thing started.
Well, that's how he ended up doing jail time, is because they used basically an admission that was not supposed to be admitted into the court proceedings from another round. So, what you got? And now the rumor is he's going out on tour.
Right? Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Like that's, I thought I saw a story about that.
It was, that he had planned, and I didn't catch the details of it.
He was on a radio show, and he said they asked him if he was going to go out on tour in 2023, and his answer was succinctly yes.
He's opening for Debbie Gibson.
No.
Which I think weird. Is right,
yeah. Well, this sucks because Theo
can't shake.
He's got on a show. I feel like he's trying to steal the thunder from Malcolm Jamal Warner, who's on a show.
What is he going on? He's on a show?
Yeah, there's a show coming out called The Accused. It's got a bunch of people that we love that are in it. Michael Chiklis is in it.
And Theo.
Get me a lawyer.
Well, that's cool. I always like Malcolm Jamal Warner. He was one of my favorite people on that show.
And he didn't seem to succumb to childhood fame.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see what happens with this latest accusation. Yes, we'll see. Ireland Baldwin is expecting her first child. The model shared the news to Instagram on Saturday.
I hear you're having a pig.
So she's going to become, get pregnant and turn into a little pig.
You're a pregnant pig.
Look at you.
Daddy.
In a joint post with her
going to be a grand pig.
In a joint post with her boyfriend, Andre Alan Anjos, whose stage name is, what is this? RAC or Rack? Is it Rack?
I think it's Rack, yeah.
Okay.
Rack ball.
Sharing a snapshot of her sonogram, she wrote Happy New Year, adding a red heart emoji as well. She has baby on the way, so congratulations.
Rag 'em.
Yep.
Rag 'em. Rack ball.
That's her husband, right? Rack.
Rag 'em.
Yeah.
Rag 'em. Rack ball.
He's laying
I'd like
in.
to apologize to Jennifer Garner and our school board, Ben Affleck, for
Let's collab.
incorporating them into my
Let's
festival.
collab.
These two.
We're bringing back some oldies today.
The racquetball guy at one point is laying in the hedges. He falls into the hedges, and he's yes,
He's still going rack. It's actually pretty sad. The video is,
I don't remember the context for that one whatsoever.
All right, and then
Chris
one.
Agon.
That's Chris Agon, the skull sealer.
Yes.
One last story. According to People Magazine, the 5th season of Yellowstone will return from its mid-season break in the summer of 2023. So that's when it returns, Kathy.
You're still dialed in on
Summertime.
Yellowstone?
Oh, so wait. So after the 5th season or the the second half?
This will the second half will be in this summer. Is
Okay,
when it's
got it,
coming
got
up.
it.
Yeah.
Anybody
Yes,
start
I
watching?
am.
Did you start watching 1923 yet?
That's the Harrison Ford one?
Harrison Ford
Oh,
one?
I didn't watch the Harrison Ford one. I watched the other one, which was
1888.
great. Yes, that was great.
How sad. I
yes,
just finished it over the break. I was
sobbing.
like, oh my God. Like,
Yes.
I feel like I want to off myself right
the
now.
last episode, I was sobbing.
Is it powerful? Is it a
It
powerful
is
show?
powerful.
really good.
Oh my God.
Is it better than Yellowstone?
It's
No,
just different.
It's different, and it kind of sets the stage for Yellowstone and why this ranch is so important to the family.
How did they end up in Wyoming? How did it end up in the Dutton family? And again, Kathy.
Why they don't want to let it go.
Why they don't want to let it go. And you're like, oh.
I know people who just adore this whole, and they keep cranking them out. I don't know anyone who's watching the new one yet with Harrison
I
Ford.
watched the first episode.
And it was
How
good?
is it?
And it's good. It's kind of like the same tone of the last
Okay.
one. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it sort of really gives you a real deep, a more deep appreciation.
Do you think if they go into the 50s, they'll bring in a Fonzie-like character?
All right, let me ask you a question because I watched the original Yellowstone.
Yeah.
I watched like the first episode, and for whatever that day, I'm like, it wasn't really speaking to me, so I never went. And there's so much to choose from
Yes.
that I never went back to it. Looking at the scenes from these older, these kind of prequels, looks a little more appealing to me because
It
I don't
is.
feel like going down. I don't feel like doing
Dallas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't feel
No,
like
I
doing
hear you.
that.
Yeah. It's not that. It's more of like a Western. And Sam Elliott is really great. I mean, and who do you
So,
play?
plays the dance
hold on.
instructor.
Yeah. My question before you go down the path is: can I watch these other shows, or
Yeah.
do I need to
Yeah.
watch Yellowstone first?
No, you can watch them.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
maybe I'll do that because
Yeah.
I think I think I'm feeling more period piece.
Here, because I didn't finish even the first season of Yellowstone. I was watching it, I enjoyed it, but I was like, man, there's a lot going on here. To me, it seemed like too much was happening. You have these shows that are long and drawn out and nothing happens.
Like Jellystone, the bear with the hat.
Yeah, but this one I was like, man, there's too much that happens per episode. And so, Press, I did the same exact thing. I was like, oh, maybe this will give me a deeper appreciation for the family and what's going on. And the 1888 is just. It's
I don't
really,
think it's
really
1888,
emotional.
by the way.
What's that?
I don't think it's
Is it
1883.
1883? What's 1888?
That's another series.
That's 5 years
5 years later.
Yeah.
Damn it.
It's not. It's pretty boring. It's about the Grant administration.
Yeah.
A lot can happen in 5 years.
Oh,
Absolutely.
especially at that time of
Look at World War II.
Yeah. Right.
All right. Anyway, that's the end of our Yellowstone discussion, and we now move on to the clips. All right, where are the clips?
They are mystery
Are
clips.
you kidding?
Oh!
Mystery clip. Here we go. First clip. Raise your hand if you think you know who this is. Here we go.
Acting is confronting your worst demons and also your highest possible feelings about the world and the pain that's in between. And so if you don't have anything to relate to, I guess you have less of a full interior to tap on. So you have to create that story.
I have no idea who this is.
Yeah, I know who it is, and you guys all know who this person is.
Your hand went up.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I knew who it was.
Oh.
It's Giancarlo Esposito.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah,
Oh.
so you know
What's he
him
talking
from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Mandalorian.
So he's talking about
The Boys.
a show called Kaleidoscope on Netflix, which
Right.
just came out on January 1st. I watched the entire season in one night. It's pretty wild. From what I gather, the episodes, everybody watches it in different orders. So instead of watching episode 1, 2, 3, 4, you watch episode red, green, blue, violet, pink, white.
I don't like it.
And my experience might be different than your experience. I think the only thing that might be the same for everybody is everybody watches the last episode last,
What?
which is the white episode.
Wait, okay, I don't understand.
All right, so instead
I
of
don't want this to happen.
episodes are not given numbers; they're given colors. So you watch episode red, episode
All right, this
yellow.
is on what on
Netflix.
Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay. So do they when they're listed, are they listed in a certain order?
I don't know. I only watched
Because
it.
I'd probably go from the top down.
I know,
Yeah,
I know, but
order,
I
yeah.
watched it in
So-
the order that they gave it to me, like that I watched it in, because I watched
Okay.
it all in one sitting. But
Did you like it?
I did.
Okay.
The only thing I
Did you
didn't like
like it a
about
lot?
it was I kind of figured it out.
Did you accidentally watch your color again?
No, it's a heist
All right.
show,
Okay.
and I sort of had it all figured out. Maybe an episode and a half before it was over.
There's no like a Black Mirror aspect to it or anything.
No.
Okay, all right.
No. It's
another
just
color.
straight up heist.
All right, Kaleidoscope on Netflix. Next mystery clip. Here we go. Let's see if we can figure out who this is.
My brain does not work like that. There's a part of my genetic family that is really good at math and engineering and inventing, and I sadly did not get that. So I had to just learn as much as I could about it and try to understand what it would feel like to be that smart, to be that brilliant.
Okay, I did raise my hand, and I thought I was going to say Danica McKellar, but it's the exact opposite of that. She's great at math. She doesn't suck at math. I just heard math, and I thought, Danica McKellar, it's her birthday. I have no idea who that is.
It is Allison Williams, and she's talking about a show.
A show. Marissa, she's got the information.
She's talking about the new sci-fi movie Megan, which comes out this
Oh my
Friday.
God,
It's
about Megan
the
Fox.
AI.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no.
that
it's-
robot.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is from James Wan.
It looks terrifying.
Or hilarious. I can't tell.
If
It
it's-
might be the funniest movie of all time, or it might be terrifying.
I'll tell you why it's probably going to be terrifying, because of James Wan, who is a master of horror. Yeah, they got the doll looking just right so that it's very uncanny valley.
I laughed a lot during the commercials.
Yeah.
I couldn't help it. Like, to me, it might be accidentally hilarious.
Okay. Marissa, any
Oh, no,
additional
that was a
information?
stretch. That was my first stretch of 2023.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you were physically stretching. I thought you meant
physically-
stretching for time. Okay. I got you. All right.
Stretch if you care.
All right. That is, I don't even know what we're
Allison
doing.
Megan.
Williams.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Megan comes out Friday.
Thank you. All right, let's take a break, and we'll come back in a second and reset and get chatting on this Tuesday morning as we begin our new year together here on MMR. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
His role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep.
That would be...
I would watch
be
it.
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career,
law school,
With this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God! Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Daveigh Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
it
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
But the girl who does...
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Because in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salvin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it cupboard get roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
It's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics. All right, thank you very much, Kathy. So a couple of pretty scary stories. I mean, we talked about the Jeremy Renner thing in the entertainment news. He was his leg was run over by a snowplow, critical condition, stable. Had to he was heavily bleeding from his leg, and
Yeah, not just one you push down your driveway, a full snowplow truck.
And then, obviously, last night, Damar Hamlin, the football player, had essentially a cardiac arrest on the field. His heart stopped. They take him off to the hospital. He's in critical condition. He's alive, but we'll have to see what that brings. And then there was another story this morning of a guy that you may not know the name, but a lot of people do because he had a strong social media following, but a guy named Ken Block. He's a rally car driving champion and an extreme sports kind of guy, died in this snowmobile accident in Utah. He was 55 years old, and this happened yesterday. He was traveling up a steep slope, and the snowmobile went up over top and landed on top of him and killed him. And this guy's like, he's a champion of this type of stuff. In fact, he was not just rally cars and snowmobiling, but he was into competitive snowboarding, skateboarding, motocross.
An adrenaline junkie.
Yeah, one of those guys.
He had was showing footage over the past couple of days of this new snowmobile that he got, and the kind of guy who could just make it do things that you wouldn't believe a snowmobile could do. So it was just wild to hear that.
Yeah, so he had 7.5 million followers on Instagram, 2 million subscribers to his YouTube channel. He had co-founded DC Shoes with his partner Damon Way.
And it killed him?
Yeah.
Oh my
He's
God.
dead. Yeah, this guy didn't make it. Those machines are heavy.
Yeah.
And it came back down on top of him, and that's terrible. So
What would you say they weigh? Are they in the 600-700 pound range?
Oh, I'd say more than that. I'd say they're in the 1,000 pound range.
Oh, yeah,
That's just well, I don't know. No, you're probably right. more like
I'm thinking like a Harley. You know?
Yeah, something
Would
like
it be
that.
about the same?
Yeah.
Well, I just know my Vespa, and you can joke about it all you want, but it's heavy. I mean, if you drop it, it is hard to pick up off of the ground.
But you like picking it up now.
Yeah.
No, I know. Yeah, anything like that is that wonky. Or
It
was
says
it-
475 pounds is an average weight, but somewhere 500-ish pounds with fuel in it. So
And then,
wow,
isn't that Leroy Moore of the Dave Matthews Band? It was not a snowmobile; it was an ATV. But I think a similar thing happened. He went
Flipped
up
back
the hill,
over.
and then it landed on him. And I think that's how Ozzy got
Same
hurt.
with
I think so
Ozzy.
too. Yeah.
Ozzy's medical downslide started with that ATV accident.
Right, and so you go up at an angle where you lose control like that, and I guess it can just flip back
That's
on you.
scary as hell.
Right.
Preston,
Yeah.
you've obviously you had your dirt bike.
Man, I had a couple bad accidents that kind of shied me away from pursuing that any longer.
I would ride my brother. He had a Honda motorcycle, and we would, we were living in an area where you could ride it around, and I remember like one time where I felt, oh, this is coming back on me, and I'm out.
Yeah.
And I managed to pull it away from the fall, and it just fell on my leg.
I had one. I was going off a ramp, and I went up in the air, and now I passed out, so I don't remember this happening.
Yeah.
But I went up and I pulled too hard, and I was going, like you see in the X
Right,
Games,
yep,
upside down, and then I blanked out, and I landed on the ground, and the bike landed on me, on my back. I landed face down, and the bike landed on top of me, and it dug this big hole into my back. I still have a scar back there. So I don't remember. Somebody was there, and they pulled the bike off me, but it was pretty damn heavy. I had a concussion and all this nasty stuff. But yeah, that machinery, dude, it can be brutal.
You ever lose control of a golf cart?
Yeah.
Lose control?
Yeah.
No.
I have, and
Okay.
it was alcohol was involved, and it was a bachelor party. So I mean, go figure it. But like, those things are heavy.
Put on some Seeger.
no, man.
Yeah, they're heavy, dude. They're insanely heavy.
And it was not quite like Jackass style, but we went up on, a few of the guys were on the path, and we thought it'd be funny to go around them on a slope or whatever, and it just tipped right over, and then you had to right it, and it was not easy.
It's got heavy batteries in it. By the way, you remember, Nick, it was, I think, one of Bam's really substantial injuries occurred in that golf cart scene.
Yeah.
In
Run 202.
Yeah, yes, right. And he got hurt.
There was a slow-mo replay of one of those, Steve, where one of the carts just missed Knoxville's head.
Yeah.
And it was just like that. You could have died doing
Absolutely.
That was that old miniature golf course on 202 that had dinosaurs.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you remember the name of that? It was ratty.
Oh, that's right.
It was all beat up. Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Man. No, I can't remember the name of it. But no, it was miniature golf. Well, it was like a chip and putt, driving range, batting cages.
It had been condemned, right? And then so they were riding around, right? Was that the case?
Yeah,
I don't know.
they were
Yeah.
going to close it.
Okay.
And,
I had to bail. Matt O'Donnell was driving like a maniac. Press, I think this is like either the Glen Mills course or the one that was Broad Run or whatever. But, dude, at one point, we were going down this hill. He was driving like a maniac, and I thought we were going to tip, and I had to bail. Like, I jumped off of the thing.
I remember that.
Full speed. And if I didn't, I think we would have tipped because we were kind of tipping. I was, onto like my side of things. I
think what happens is people get behind the wheel and because they're so zippy and they respond immediately, and you think you got it. And it gets away from you. It's the same kind of thing, like when people first get behind in a Tesla or something, and realize when you apply the power to that kind of adroit capability, it can get away from you.
So last year, my sister was in Denver with my nephew. It was, took him on a trip, and he's a Broncos fan, so they were doing Broncos. They were going to a NHL game, but they rented those scooters.
Yeah,
you can rent them anywhere. So she's riding on this scooter. And these things go 15, 20 miles per hour. And at one point, her hat comes flying off, right?
Oh,
She's
no.
just wearing a baseball cap. Now, what you don't realize is when you're riding, because I have a scooter as well, I love it, it's great, but it's not the type of vehicle that you can actually ride one-handed. You really need to keep both hands on the scooters at all times. And so when her hat flew off, she just instinctively went to grab the hat.
Yeah.
Then she lost complete control of the scooter. She went head over the handlebars, face first into the pavement.
Oh.
She broke her elbow.
Oh.
All right. Now she's with her 13-year-old son and only her 13-year-old son. And they wanted to do surgery on her in Denver. She's like, I can't do this. Like, she's like, I have my child with me. So she ended up like foregoing the surgery until she got back into Pennsylvania.
Wow.
But I know.
That's wild.
I know. Yeah. Pretty wild. And, but like this all happened on a silly little scooter. And like my kids ride this. And so my kids, like, they got to wear helmets now.
Yes.
I know. I don't know why, but like 15, 13, 14-year-olds are like anti-helmet because I guess maybe they look dorky or something.
I know. But listen, we talked about this before. I mean, the last thing you want to say is if only, in one of these things. I mean, I get it. I get the you want to feel free and have the wind blow with whatever you have on your head. But
right.
Listen, no, it seems too traumatic. I mean, look at the thing that's confusing me, Preston, with the Jeremy Renner aspect of all of this, this troika of horrible stories, is do we have any indication as to whether or not someone else was driving the vehicle?
I haven't seen anything about that
out
yet.
of it.
Yeah,
because Steve, he has a massive snow plow of his own.
Yes,
that and I read, excuse me, over the weekend that it was a blizzard that came through in Tahoe, and so they had several feet of snow. But it had not been uncommon for him to go out and plow it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if but he was the only person injured. There was not anybody else that was
nobody
injured.
else.
Yeah. No word on that yet. But he was in critical and stable condition. So
your snow plow at home, like I have, a mofo. It's pretty powerful, but those things are spinning. When you take your hand off the controls, it stops. There's no way for you to go around.
And you're not riding it.
You're riding
pushing it.
You're pushing it. Yeah.
There's a difference when you're controlling it like a car.
Yeah, this is a plow and not a blower, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the Ken Block was a snowmobile.
Yeah. So that you got to be careful with that machinery because it can definitely get away from you. Am I going to this call?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to Lou. Lou, good morning. Gadzooks, Lou. What's up, bud?
Hey, listen, I just wanted to say I literally had the same thing happen to me when I was like 15 or 16. I was, going down Broad Street because I live in South Philly, and I had this little moped. The wind's blowing. I had a hat on. Next thing you know, it flew off my head. I tried to catch it. The steering wheel got like squirrely. The handlebars, man, I flew right over that.
Oh, man.
Completely ate asphalt.
Oh.
Dude, it was the worst. Like
it
thank
sucks.
God I didn't need surgery or anything like that. But like I blew my lip out. I knocked a tooth out.
Oh my God.
It was just absolutely terrible.
Were you wearing a helmet?
No, of course I wasn't. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, my helmet blew off.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you had a
your
hat
hat
on.
blew off.
He would wear a hat on his helmet.
Yeah.
My Easter bonnet blew off.
Yeah, that was a good one, Casey. God bless you.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Lou.
I'll tell you
Appreciate
this.
it.
I love it.
Thanks, man. And you'll see it all the time. And they're all over America's Funniest Home Videos. And Preston, you know this. You get someone who's never ridden a vehicle with a throttle.
Oh, my God.
They get on, and then they panic and they start to fall. They keep the hand on the throttle
Yep.
instead of just releasing because they're holding on now and can't figure out what the hell's going on, and then pandemonium ensues.
Somewhere there's a video of Rochelle doing that.
Oh.
Yeah, on a motorcycle. She had never ridden a motorcycle before, and her brother was showing her how to do it, and she gunned it too much. It popped up, and then, of course, she just floors the throttle and bails on it completely.
Yeah.
It could be very, very dangerous. But this was... these three stories, 1, 2, 3, like this, are just it's wild. So, Case, were you watching the game last?
Believe it or not, I wasn't. I was watching, and normally I do. And a game like that, I mean, listen, Bill.
You're watching 1888.
No, I was
5 years
1883. No, I was watching
5 years later.
the Sixers game and then the Flyers game. That's what I went to bed to. But my son was watching, and it rattled him so much that he came in.
Oh.
I was literally falling asleep. I was officially asleep at this point, but he came busting into the room, scared the hell out of me, and he showed me the videos, and it rattled him.
I was watching The Crown, but then my brothers texted me and said, I know it was a real manly night at home.
Party.
Yeah, and by the way, a great season.
I agree. Yeah.
But my brothers texted me and and said, check out the Bills game. So I flipped over to ESPN, and Marissa was talking about this a little bit ago off air, but Scott Van Pelt had to cover all of it. Joe Buck, I guess, and Troy Aikman were calling the game. And then when they left the game, Scott Van Pelt covered it for a really long time. I was emotional watching the players' reaction, watching what happened to Damar Hamlin. And we've talked about this too, but like, it was not that devastating of a hit. It looked like a pretty routine hit.
Right.
You would never have watched it
But
in
when
real time and thought, okay, someone's substantially hurt.
When he collapsed after standing back up again, it's really difficult to watch. I mean, and knowing what is going on in his body at that point, and he's having cardiac arrest, is terrifying.
You would think, Preston, we talked about this earlier about, say in baseball, that, the protective garment, because kids in Little League, there's a big situation with kids getting, dying or cardiac arrest from getting a ball directly to the chest. In this case, and you'd mentioned, Casey, with the shoulder pads and the way they come down, that it would protect that area.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious if it was indeed the impact or not. I mean, there have been people who have like a slow, essentially leak in their heart that they never detect, and
that
it could
becomes
be something like that. I'm curious if it was the impact or if he had some pre-existing condition that nobody had seen before. Because I mean, the ones that I've seen, the video of somebody taking a ball to the chest and they drop and they're out and that's it. He got back up.
Yeah.
But there may be some kind of a delay that happened. I don't know.
What was it that they found in John Dorenbos and how? Remember he went through a physical?
He was getting a physical.
Yeah.
Was it because he was going to a different team?
Yeah.
Did he have a? Oh no, I'm trying to. Not an aortic
But he
aneurysm.
He was pregnant.
He credited. He had ended up having to have surgery, right? And he credited
It saved his life.
basically having to get this physical. They found it.
Yeah, because he could have died because of what he does for a living and the rigors that he puts his heart through and all that sort of stuff. At a certain point, whatever he had was something that really could have gone wrong for him.
He was. This was back in 2017. He was traded to the New Orleans Saints, and it's pretty standard when a trade happens that the team that you're traded to does the physical. And when he did this, the physical with the Saints, he was diagnosed with an aortic aneurysm.
That's what I said. Okay.
Okay, and they're required.
And that's what killed that guy in Qatar. The
journalist?
Oh, the journalist.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually, that's also, I believe, what killed the guy who wrote Rent. The Tic Tac Boom.
Yeah.
He ended up passing away from an aortic aneurysm.
Yeah.
So, but it is
The curse of Rent.
It is treatable.
Yeah.
So with Dorenbos, it required immediate heart surgery, which saved his life.
Wow.
Hamlin is 24.
I know. He's in the prime of his life.
And Preston, people were pointing out, apparently, and I'm not sure what the case is, but apparently this team is everybody loves the players on this team, and that they're very likable and very familial, and that could be something you just say after an incident like this happens.
Right.
But he, in particular, apparently does a ton of charity and Toys for Tots kind of programs.
Yeah, did you see, Steve? He wanted to do this program, and I'm going to bring up the headline. It was a GoFundMe that he started, Toys for Children in his community. The initial goal was $2,500. Last night, it garnered more than $1 million in donations, and that was just since the injury. So I'm sure it's gone up since then. But it was a GoFundMe that Damar Hamlin started to purchase toys for children in his community, and so people were trying. It really shows the good in people, because people were reacting in a lot of different ways.
Didn't know how to help,
and they wanted to help, right? And so one of his friends, I guess, was at the hospital and said, if there's something that you'd like to do to help out the family, this is something that you can do in his honor. So it raised a lot of money in a really short amount of time.
That's wild. Hang on a second. Speaking of the heart condition, I'm going to go to Victor here on the phone line. Hey, Victor, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, bud?
Hey, my son has a condition, HCM, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy.
Okay.
And it's what Hank Gathers died from, and some other athletes that have collapsed on the field and died.
Wow.
So for my son's 15th birthday, he got a defibrillator and pacemaker. They caught it on a exam getting ready for his lacrosse season in high school.
No kidding.
So I'm sorry. He can't play lacrosse with that, can he?
No. Well, at the time they said no. You can't take any hits to the chest. You can't. But now he's with a doctor up at Penn that says she has pro athletes that are now. It's changing. The treatment's changing. They had their first medicine was developed just for this disease instead of concoction of other meds.
Okay.
There's a lot of ground being gained on this disease.
All right.
But you can live with this your whole life and not know it.
Right.
some people find it in their 70s, and some people get lucky and find it, before they have an episode.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Wow. All right. Well, hopefully it's going to be be the ticket for him, and he'll live a nice long life with this.
Oh yeah, he's 24 now, and he's trying the new med, and it's working great.
Excellent.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Victor. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah, so like my friend's son died from sudden cardiac arrest when he was a child, and so he has this he and his wife created aidensheart.org, and
Yes.
so and we've done this for ourselves because sometimes these things are just they're going on inside your body and you have no idea what's happening. So they provide like heart screenings and was it AE? Is it AEGs?
IOU and sometimes
No,
Y.
is it what are those
EKG?
No, not an EKG. I think they're AEGs.
Okay.
You see them at like sports complexes.
AED?
AED.
Okay.
Okay. But then anyway, they supply AEDs and they do heart screenings, so you don't have to go through this.
Oh, yeah,
like
absolutely.
other families
Sure.
have. It's devastating.
Speaking of the AED thing, so we've got a couple of doctors on the line we're going to go to. When I was taking my CPR class, they said that one of the things you need to do, they actually train you on how to alert people around you that something is going on and we need help right away. And they tell you to designate, all right, you call 911.
Right.
And then you go find an AED, because a lot of businesses will have an AED. But my problem is I can't think of AED.
Go get an IUD.
Go get an IUD.
Yeah.
Go get the
Go get the FBI.
I'll be like, get the freaking
pastrami on rye.
Give me a pastrami on rye.
OPP.
With a cream soda. I said cream soda.
Yeah, you know me. OPP.
Other people's-
You know what I'm talking
Go
about.
get a DVDA.
Go get it. The heart thing. So
I'm going to go over here now.
so I know that, somebody else. All right, I'm tapping out.
Preston's done.
Somebody else take this over now. There's clearly an emergency. All right, I have two doctors on the line.
all right.
One doctor we know and love for many, many years. Another one is a cardiologist.
Do you think they know each other?
So which one do I go to?
They're probably on a party line.
Let me go to Dr. V first as a cardiologist, and then we'll go to Dr. Mike. You think Dr. Mike can hang on there for a second?
I don't know. They're both probably pretty busy. I know.
All right. Well, what do I do? I got to hit Dr. Mike's music.
I would go to Dr. Mike first because he always puts us first.
Okay, we'll go to Dr. Mike
that
Sirigliano of Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. Good morning, Dr. Mike.
Well, I always defer to the cardiologist. So, but here's the deal. I was watching the game last night, and the way to put this all together is he took a hit to the chest. And if you think about it, it's almost like a concussion of the heart. And there's a condition known as commotio cordis. That's where a blunt trauma hit you suffer a blunt trauma like he did, and if you watch carefully, that tackle involved a helmet to the chest,
right,
and that can cause an arrhythmia. That's where the heart doesn't pump properly, and he gets up and then he collapses rather quickly. So there's two things that can happen. You can have an anatomic damage to the heart take place, or you can have an electrical problem. Now, the way I put this all together, they started CPR because he didn't have a pulse. They defibrillated him with what's called an automated external defibrillator, by the way.
Not an IUD.
AED. All right. So they use and basically the good news here, and I want to emphasize the good news, is that he was able to, with the defibrillator, get back to a rhythm. That means that he may have been in ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation, and the cardiologist can certainly speak more about that. Sometimes the AED will not shock a person if they don't have a rhythm that is amenable.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Right. So the other intriguing thing about this, so the other thing is when this condition occurs, which is rare, the heart has to be just in the right part of its cycle when the impact occurs that can lead to an increased risk of this. So, and I heard the gentleman talking about Hank Gathers and what's called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. That's another condition where you can have sudden cardiac death on the field, and that's another story. I can't imagine this guy hasn't had an echocardiogram between high school and the time he made it to the pros.
Right.
So I think it's more likely that this was just a very, very freak thing. And the big question is going to be how long did he have a lack of oxygen to the brain? Now, we've heard he's in critical condition in the hospital. He's sedated, which in my humble opinion means he's probably on a ventilator. But he's back in a sinus rhythm, hopefully, and we'll wait and see.
Hey, Dr. Mike, how long will you see damage to someone if they have lack of oxygen?
Well, again, I don't want to look. I don't know all the details, but the statistics on what we call in the field cardiac arrest, and again, I think the cardiologists will talk about this, is very low. I mean, it's not good statistics. What's in his favor, though, and if you look at the data, the fact that he was able to get shocked into the defibrillator found a shockable rhythm. That's number one. Number two, he's young. Number three, he was in front of 50,000 people, and CPR was started immediately, and the ambulance came. So those are the big factors. He's young, he's in good he's healthy, all of those things. But again, it's one of those tragic things where even with all the amazing immediate care, it's a challenge on a good day. But
so we'll
the best care.
We'll consider it, at least the fact that you mentioned he was surrounded by already a ready-to-go medical team that was right there, and hopefully we'll see a good result at the end of this, which is every possibility, correct?
Right. And I'm being completely optimistic.
Yeah.
And again, it's one of those things where you look at the positives, and this is why, again, I'm just going to end here. You love your family members. You say I love you every day. I take heat sometimes because I tell you guys I love you. You never know what is going to happen.
Sure. You do love us. We love you. Absolutely. And that is very sage advice. We just had three very sad stories, and with Jeremy Renner, and then the gentleman on the ski mobile die. So you're right. Last thing you want to do is say, I should have said that.
Yep. All right, Dr. Mike.
Love you.
We love you.
All
right, we'll see you later. All right. Now over to the cardiologist.
Right.
And see if he can back up Dr. Mike here. We have Dr. V.
We know Dr. V.
Hey, Dr. V.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning. We're doing well. So you heard Dr. Mike. Do you want to piggyback on that, or do you want to correct anything or add anything to that?
Two things. One, Dr. Mike and I are friends. He's been to my wedding. I've been to his wedding.
You do know each other.
No way.
Very good.
I've known him for 25 years at least.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, but Dr. Mike, everything he said is exactly on target.
Okay.
There's two ways this could happen. One is a cardiac contusion, which is, I thought it was a pretty big hit to the chest. And a cardiac contusion can cause injury to the muscle itself, which can result in arrhythmia, but that would be a contused muscle. The other thing, commotio cordis, is where you have a very small amount of energy that's hit at exactly the right time during the cardiac cycle that causes an arrhythmia that puts you into ventricular fibrillation.
Wow.
When you saw this guy stand up and then drop down, that's classic cardiac arrest. That's an arrhythmogenic cardiac arrest. Because the lack of circulation to the brain starts really about 3 to 4 seconds after there's no cardiac output.
Okay.
Dr. V, a quick question. If he had stayed down, would that have worked in his favor? Was the getting up, did that precipitate the issue or exacerbate it?
No. He wouldn't have been able to maintain consciousness and ventricular fibrillation.
Yeah, he was saying that the standing up was the delayed effect. That was going to happen no matter what.
All right.
Because it took that amount of time for there to be lack of oxygen in the brain.
I got you.
Wow. Wow. So let me ask you a question, Dr. V. Somebody, and obviously every single case is going to be its own separate case with its own separate details. But if someone has this happen, can this be a career-ending thing for someone like that?
Yes, sadly, as Dr. Mike was saying, the longer time you have no cardiac output, no circulation, you're in that arrhythmia, the more damage there can be to the brain. So really, if you don't have adequate restoration of circulation within really 5 to 10 minutes, chances are you're going to have brain injury and your life is never the same. You know, to be a competitive athlete, yeah, probably not. Now, hopefully, you know, they got the AED to him very quickly because that's the most important thing they can do is restore the heart rhythm with a shot.
Right.
So if they got to him literally restoring his rhythm within, 2 or 3 minutes with some high quality CPR, then maybe there's no damage to the brain, that he's going to be through this okay and fine. You know, we've seen that happen in baseball games and Little League games where they get the AED very quickly and people can come through this fine with no major long-term deleterious effects. But it's that time frame. How quickly can you restore circulation?
So with this, is this more anomalous, or if he were to, let's say he's cleared and everything is good and everything looks solid, is he more prone to something like this if he goes on and plays?
No, this can happen to anybody.
Okay.
You know, like I said, this is comorbid cordis. It's just getting hit at the wrong time and the wrong place.
Okay.
That puts you in everything. It can happen to anybody who's normal.
Well, I remember the couple of times when we've heard of kids playing Little League, and it seemed like the ball just happened to strike them in the chest at the absolute worst moment, and that's what caused their reaction. Is that the predominant situation when these things occur?
Yes, it is. I mean, with these, like I said, I'm pretty sure this guy did not have a congenital thing like a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. I doubt he's got that. I think it's just him getting hit at the wrong time, at the wrong place, and going into arrhythmia. And, I hope for him and his family.
Yes, likewise.
Thank you, Dr. V. Appreciate it. Take care.
So,
yeah.
Damar Hamlin. I mean, he's not from this area, but he is from Pennsylvania. He grew up in Western PA, went to Pitt. So, I mean, he definitely, I would say, Pennsylvania ties, not local ties, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's wild that it's just that perfect timing of that, as you were saying, in the heart cycle. It just happened at that time and boom, dropped. So, yeah, well, hopefully he's going to be okay.
Yes.
We will see about that and follow through. But, some pretty crazy freak stories. This morning
in a row.
Jeremy Renner, Damar Hamlin, and then this gentleman, Ken Block. Unfortunately, he did not survive. He was a kind of an extreme sports guy, and the snowmobile accident he had. So, wow. All right. Be careful, gang. Be careful in everything you do. We should take a break and come back in a moment. I do have some bizarre file stories. We will get to those in just a second or two. And then later on this morning, our friend Joe Matarese is going to be on the program. He's going to be at Punchline this weekend. Stay there. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Clapping back, Steve. Yep. Mm-hmm. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy.
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef. And drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Courtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, "Courtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl."
girl.
And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says at Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, at Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
Well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, well, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, and neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight.
Oh,
She's
wow.
backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently, this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
After they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on.
Everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
Protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all that
don't
sort of stuff.
fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all
That's
the
exactly
time.
what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm going to make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
is like,
what a good dad.
Oh, you are. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let them know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but VSCO girls.
VSCO girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
VSCO, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. VSCO.
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw VSCO online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like that.
okay, I'm so
So the
confused.
crickets. VSCO.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute.
It's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a VSCO girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. and you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the VSCO app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
VSCO girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the VSCO app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the Connecticut School of Broadcasting. This year, invest in yourself and your future at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Broadcast media training in months, not years. Schedule yours today, and you can go to csb.com. The head of an institute that helps promote safe workplaces for people employed in the Netherlands was herself fired over allegations that she fostered a hostile work environment at the Institute's Amsterdam headquarters.
You don't get it.
So the internal investigation reports that Cathar Darmoni was dismissed as the head of Atria. The Institute states on its website that it promotes gender equality in women's history, and it also examines the current position of women in society and provides advice for future policy. Now, Darmoni was accused of, quote, transgressive and intimidating behavior that was sometimes sexual in nature.
Shut up, woman.
And targeted her subordinates. The internal investigation also found that she deleted criticism from a staff survey to conceal results from her supervisory board and made false statements regarding her education and work experience. Wait do you hear the stuff that she did, okay? She has said that her termination was unjustified and based on a collection of fabrication. She plans to file a lawsuit. But the director was described by former employees as an uninhibited exhibitionist who on occasion would strip down to her bra and thong in the office space. They detailed how Darmoni allegedly kissed people without permission on their heads or would grind against them during mandatory dance sessions.
There were mandatory dance sessions?
Yes.
How do we have those here?
We should.
They described that she started weekly meetings by forcing workers to participate in belly dancing.
Yeah.
An employee said, most of us thought that was terrible. Sometimes Cathar pressed her breasts or buttocks against you while dancing. If someone said something about her behavior, she would then laugh at you.
Why do I have a feeling this woman does not look like Sofia Vergara?
Anyone who complained about Darmoni's antics would be bullied or ridiculed. The investigation found she would turn other colleagues against you and start yelling at you in front of everyone. We had a constant fear, and that was who's going to be next.
Was she at least punctual?
To enforce the hostile work environment, another employee claimed Darmoni placed security cameras that could record both video and audio from around the Institute's office. The cameras were not necessarily used for their stated purpose of preventing theft or vandalism. An employee named Sam said that workers were often asked to account for issues recorded by the cameras. This is repeatedly reported because it violates privacy laws. In another instance, the investigation into Darmoni found that she deleted statements pleading for help by about half of the workers who participated in an employee survey. So,
how did she get that job again?
Counterproductive, I think, yes. An Italian man saw his life savings go up in smoke after stashing them in a chimney.
Oh, man.
The trove caught alight when his wife lit a fire because she had no idea it was being used to hide about $20,000 in government bonds. The unidentified man concocted the plan because he was concerned about burglars breaking into his apartment in Rome. A stash of papers worth 20,000 euros hidden deep inside the shaft, but the man forgot to tell anyone else in the house where they were. He said, when I saw the flames, I nearly passed out. He said the fireplace is rarely used and the bonds had been hidden there for some time. He said, I thought it would be a safe place where thieves would never think of looking, and my wife didn't know I'd hidden them there.
It's okay, though. I'm keeping a 401k in the fire pit.
Each year before we used the fire during the winter, I used to move them. This time I didn't manage to do it in time. The man is hoping to recover at least some of his lost money, which was tied up in bonds issued by the post office. He told Italian media that He still hopes he can recoup the losses if he finds the original serial numbers on the documents. A 56-year-old man from Olympia who drove through the entrance of a Fred Meyer grocery store and started a car fire was arrested for investigation of second-degree arson and first-degree malicious mischief.
So he drove his car into the market and then set it on fire.
Well, and listen to this. So an officer was waved down by a Fred Meyer employee on Friday as the employee pointed out a black Chrysler sedan with no license plates and white spray paint on the outside that read Satanic and Satanic Panic.
Okay.
The car was facing the south entrance of the store. The employee told the police officer that the car's driver was acting strangely and not responding to requests for him to move his vehicle. The officer got out of his car to approach the suspect's vehicle, which was slowly rolling towards the entrance of the store. As the driver of the car continued toward the store, the officer smelled gasoline and propane and saw 2 gas cans inside the car.
Oh, boy.
Police said the driver was wearing a filtered respirator around his neck, presumably so that he would not pass out due to fumes from the propane and gasoline filling his vehicle. The man reportedly acknowledged the officer's presence and said something to the effect of, "I'm going to blow up this."
I don't want to talk. I'm busy.
The officer indicated that there were about 50 people in the vicinity, and they could have been killed. As the man continued to drive toward the entrance, the officer saw a large propane tank in the back seat of the car, along with 2 large torch lighters in the man's hands. The officer hit the driver's side window with his flashlight and commanded the man to stop. Police said the man ignored the officer's commands, drove into the store's doors, causing an estimated $30,000 in damage. Once he had driven through the front doors, he stopped in the car with the 2 front tires past the threshold of the entrance. He then put the car in park, turned off after multiple commands to do so. He said he wanted to speak to the FBI.
Okay.
Well, why not?
And that he was being hunted by satanic demons. As officers negotiated with the man to step out of the vehicle, he reportedly poured gasoline on the floorboard and pointed the torchlighters at the gas cans, threatening to blow up the car.
Jesus.
Officers continued to negotiate with the man until he finally exited the car and crouched inside the open driver's side door, at which point the car exploded and was engulfed in flames.
Car fire on aisle 6.
Robert, this is you. You got to go.
Robert, car fire on aisle 6.
The man crawled away from the car on his hands and knees before being pulled away by officers. So yeah, they got him, and he was.
So what was he satanic or satanic panic?
I don't know. I always thought satanic panic was like a hair dye or something like that.
That's manic panic.
Manic panic.
Yeah.
All right. So dude's going to jail. All right, and we'll do one more story. All right. A 55-year-old man was jailed for shooting his wife in the leg Friday night. The couple drove.
I told you.
Listen to this. The couple drove to a property just outside city limits to discuss the purchase of a vehicle with another person. So Eric Bramschreiber entered a residence on the property and did not emerge from it for 30 minutes, at which point his wife began honking their truck's horn in order to get in to come out. So this guy had been in there long enough.
Right.
So she starts honking the horn. A witness later told deputies that Bramschreiber exited the trailer, pulled out his gun, and just started shooting at the truck. His wife is in there honking. Woman?
I need you to shut up.
A woman identified as Bramschreiber's 56-year-old wife was struck in the leg by one of the bullets. She was taken by ambulance to a local hospital. She was treated and released. He was arrested for felony menacing, second-degree assault, and other charges. He has 4 domestic abuse protection orders filed against him since 1996.
Sounds like a prince.
And was also sentenced to state prison in 1997 for second-degree assault convention. So he just,
Trying to get us our dream house.
The horn was enough. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. So today's Tattoo Day. We have your opportunity to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. And all you have to do is text the word tattoo to 39333. So I suggest you do that now. By the end of the program, we'll get a winner. And the tattoo will be done by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. So have at it. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And Steve, there we go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a VSCO girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've
that
seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a VSCO girl before anyone knew. He just wore a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she VSCO? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
She
I don't know.
VSCO?
I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic school, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a
You
VSCO
do?
boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
Baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A VSCO girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while, and like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie, or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. VSCO Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant VSCO Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, an oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's
no, no, that's mine. You can't have that. But I oop is a thing.
Can we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's IOOP spelled?
IOOP is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's old
please.
now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
you
on the
looked it up
show.
on BuzzFeed.
Research.
Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And, and hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow, bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
and yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
It's much easier.
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a VSCO girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a VSCO girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all, so I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just
moved
knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning,
looking at you.
Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went off.
It actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
said
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
It's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought my
Didn't have
stuff over
chance.
and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys. Like,
Yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like
Oh my God, I
getting
love
rid of
it.
a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I love you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first
I guess
office
it hasn't been
was-
15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years.
Right,
though, but
because we're in it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Isn't that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just this. Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, yes, chin down. That would be
You
dwelling.
idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't know.
she's
A dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Oh, my God.
Stop. Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She was career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it. I'm
why not? No, she was a dancer. Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer. Jinx, oh my God!
Okay. She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking at, the girl that we have up in this photo, I think is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No, that's the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Real quick, a shout out. This is from Sam Tarloff. He says, Happy New Year to the squad. I'd like to request a shout out for my father. We're podcasters out in Arizona.
Arizona?
And absolutely love
It's
your
the
show.
other side of the world.
We listen to the podcast every day. His favorite parts are the Hollywood trash and anytime Mark Summers tells someone to shut the F up. And he said, I know requesting a particular time can be difficult, but the earlier in the show, the better. If you can send this out to Jim in Bullhead City, Arizona.
Love it.
That'd be great. Gadzooks, and have a great new year. And like I said, that's from Sam. So a shout out, please, for Sam.
Let's see if we can hook him up too. Preston.
Shut the F up. That would be great. I love that. It's one of my favorites. It was.
Shut the f up!
It's our buddy Mark Summers. So Mummers Day Parade has come and gone another year.
Where did it air?
It was on Me TV, right?
MeTV2.
Me TV 2. It's on the Deuce.
Yeah, the Deuce.
And Jackie Bam Bam has yet again won another one of these.
He's got to be like GOAT level now.
He took first place honors in the handsome costume category.
He always wins something, right?
Yeah. And he's does he only do the single competition thing?
I guess so.
That's all I've ever seen him in, but he does these huge outfits. The handsome ones are the single person, really big outfits that they wear. His theme was Ghost Train.
Oh, it's great.
And so you can see his face is painted kind of like Papa Emeritus of Ghost, of Tobias Forge. But the music that he's dancing to has some Ozzy elements to it. So that's the train part of it. So Ghost Train. And he has these train tracks strapped on his back and so on.
It's huge. So it sticks up. Looks like about 14 feet.
It's got to be. I'm trying to think of when I see it, I'm like, all right, how big is a basketball?
Yeah.
It's 10 feet to the top, and this goes way above what that would be. So it's huge,
Who
man.
makes his costume?
I assume he does. I don't know.
There's got to be a team of people.
You want me to read the press release here?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. This year's strut plus elaborate costume design scored Bam Bam first place honors in the handsome costume category. For those keeping track, that is the 6th first place win award for Bam Bam. And from the fancy division, and he is showing no signs of slowing down. Mummering has been part of his life for 4 decades, and he has strutted in all 5 divisions.
That's amazing.
The theme was Ghost Train. It was inspired by the 100-year-old train tracks that were unearthed after storms that hit Cape May beaches last spring. Really?
Yes.
I didn't think that at all. I thought it was just Ozzy and Ghost.
Yeah.
His white tuxedo-styled suit was lined with purple and black sequins. A red sequin ascot hung around his neck, and feathers protruded from every inch. In one hand, he held a classic railroad lantern. In the other, a shake stick with a mini skull on top of it. The back piece was a massive set of railroad tracks circling the costume. The moniker JBB stood at the center just in case someone couldn't recognize him. A large team of people helped pull off this year's look. Here we go.
Yeah.
Inspiration for the theme came from Jackie's biggest supporters, Mama and Papa Bam Bam, alongside designers Russ Fama with Del Buono Costumes Incorporated. Okay. And Hall of Famer Scott Moyer. The music mix was provided by Monkey Boy, it says. Makeup coordinator Alana Sava with on-site touch-ups by Brittany Rotondo completed the vision.
Wait, who is that?
That's his girlfriend.
Oh, that's his girl. I was like,
Yeah.
wait, I know that name.
Yep, me too. And I'm wondering if Monkey Boy is our old friend.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Jackie will receive his 2023 Handsome Costume Trophy at the banquet on February 4th. After that, his Ghost Train suit will be on display in the Mummers Museum. Winter Circle.
So he did a feature with Bob Kelly. They went over for his Kelly Drives show, and they were in the Mummer Museum, and they have these things, and a lot of them are not meant to stand the test of time, but they keep them preserved nicely. There's some massively ornate costumes in that museum.
I've never been in there. You guys ever been in there?
No, I passed by it.
Yeah, I was there. I did something with a client a couple of Mother's Days ago.
You can have events there. I
Yes,
think.
yeah.
So you did something with a client?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a Mother's Day brunch at the Mummers Museum. It was pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So is he the most winningest?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't.
But that's his 6th win, so I'm not sure.
I mean,
don't
this
think
has
he's a
been
winning
going
list.
on since the 20s, I believe.
Yeah.
And so
I love the love he gets on air, on TV. Every year, the people that are doing the announcement, Larry Menti was doing it this year, and they're just saying such nice, genuine things about Jackie, and it's really cool to see him get the recognition that he deserves.
Totally. I'm not the mummer thing. I don't get it. I don't. But I mean, I'm not putting it down or anything like that. I think it's
not your thing.
awesome that people gather and go to it. It's an annual event. It's nothing that really speaks to me to go and be a part of it. But it's huge.
It's also because you're not from here. You know what I mean? Like we grew up. This is normal to us. Like
Right.
like when people say they're not into it, I don't understand what's why.
Well,
what's wrong?
intern Annie was just telling a story in here when we were off air. She's like, "Yeah, I went to it. I took my friend who's from Baltimore, and she's like, what is this? I don't. Why?
We get,
What's
we
going on?"
understand if
And
you
then she had a few drinks, and she's like, "Oh,
my God, I love this.
So that's fun.
In Philadelphia, it's a New Year's Day tradition.
What are we doing?"
I was just getting the music going.
Okay.
I've never been, and I grew up in this area. It's not a thing that I'm into. I don't know. I guess when I was growing up, I'd get up on New Year's morning, and it would be on the television, and I didn't like.
Well, the big thing is
it doesn't do anything for me.
Comes in the evening. I mean, right. The big when they're in front of there are separate levels besides the actual parade. There's the.
It was always something that happened in the morning afternoon when I was growing up. I don't know.
Well, in the past, I know they would end up at the convention center and they would do this indoor thing, but I don't think it would go into the night.
Well, 2nd Street went into the night. That was
Right.
like the party.
Okay.
That was where the mummers went to party after they were finished. So there was a lot of the performance and all the schedule and everything
Sure.
was during the day. And then the night down 2nd Street was like, you'd just see mummers all over the place playing and, just kind of on their own.
2 Street, Kathy, not
2
Second
Street, sorry.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I did it all this year. I laid in bed and watched Jackie perform from like 9 o'clock on. Then I went outside and watched the mummers, the string bands. They're my favorite. They warm up on Market Street, and that's kind of my like secret favorite. They do like one last warm up, so you kind of like see all the like last minute practices and changes before they perform right there on City Hall. And then, as Kathy said, they march up Broad Street, and then to Washington, and then they go to their clubhouses on 2 Street, which is where it's like a party. It's like the end of the day. They're like tired, but it's a new energy, and that's kind of where the party goes to. I had a moment, though, saying that not many people around the country understand this. We were playing the Saints this past weekend, so I'm walking next to some people in some Saints jerseys heading to the subway to go to the game, and I kind of like, I'm like puffing out my chest, and I want to yell to these people like, hey, welcome to Philadelphia. Oh, wait, you guys get this all the time, because in New Orleans, this is like a normal thing. It's the one city of people who might understand what mummers are.
Yeah, I've been to New Orleans and seen people with the umbrellas doing their dance and stuff like that.
Right.
Not dressed as mummers, but they.
You guys
they get
need
it.
your own big party.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Like a month-long celebration where you like bring out, ladders and sit in it, collect beads.
Right.
By the way, it was Monkey Boy, the one that we know that did the music mixing for Jackie Bam Bam.
Okay.
I texted him. And
Cool.
then, and then even like in my drinking days, I was too hungover to go to the mummers.
On New Year's Day, morning.
Yep.
It was too damn early.
Perfect day for it, though.
Yeah.
I remember years it was brutally cold.
Yep. So big success and another win.
Yes.
Jackie Bam Bam,
That's
which
awesome.
which is pretty cool. Good for him.
Somebody texted in Preston that the Wolfat Brass Band was there at the Mummers this year as well. So I wanted
nice.
to give those guys a plug.
They're great.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Speaking of New Year's, I saw this story, which was kind of interesting. Travelers were flying from Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia, and they ended up being forced to spend New Year's in American Samoa because it was an emergency landing due to engine trouble. Oh, oops! We have to land on a tropical island.
For how long?
So for like a day.
Huh.
So they were able to make the most of the detour. They rang in the New Year with booze on the beach.
Wow.
So they had to land and get off the plane, but they were in an island.
Yeah.
There's a national park there. I believe it's the farthest one away. It's one of the hardest ones to get to. I think it's called the National Park of American Samoa, and one of my life goals is to get to all of them. That I think is the most challenging just because of how far away it is.
So that we talked about flying over the ocean and then finding out there was engine problem.
Yeah.
You know, distance.
They spent the day on Pago Pago Island.
Yeah.
And they completed their journey to Australia.
They have a good Hooters there.
They actually have McDonald's. Yeah. So they said they had booze on the beach and McDonald's.
Hey, is Hooters closing and rebranding?
I think so.
I read a headline that said that.
Really?
Wait, the whole chain?
Yeah, they're gonna,
I'm not sure. I heard there was just a rumor.
I saw a headline, but I didn't read the article, so I'll see if I can do some research.
Yes.
They were going to like rebrand.
If your business conference is at Hooters today, don't cancel it quite
I
yet.
saw something that said that's all hooey.
Okay.
Hootery.
Okay, yes, Casey, you're correct.
Okay.
Hooters dispels rumors that it's shutting down and rebranding.
Right.
So I retract what I just said.
They are opening up vaginas.
Different direction.
That's weird.
Vajayjays.
Where they wear nothing but camel toe.
Why did you say your order twice? I didn't.
Have some clams.
Yeah, instead of wings, it's clams.
Yeah.
God, I never liked Hooters. And listen, I'm not beating up on the chain. I just never dug the food.
I was gonna say they're not rebranding their family style okay food restaurant.
I
will tell you,
if they had better food, I'd be all about that.
I am not opposed to their wings. I think their wings are pretty damn good.
Too greasy.
Yeah. That's what I thought too. But anyhow, they're
Choose your zone.
Aren't they breaded?
JJ's?
No, not the vaginas is not breaded.
They're like
they have
overly
naked
breaded.
wings. Yeah. Yeah, I believe they're breaded.
They
That's
are.
what I
They're
don't like about them.
Yeah, they're overly breaded.
Where's
It's like,
buttholes?
What is this?
It's out back.
There it is.
Welcome to Buttholes. Wait, didn't we do that once
did,
before?
yeah. Welcome to Buttholes.
Oh, Steve, somebody texted in. It should be called Cooters.
Yeah. Cooters.
I like it. Speaking of the new year, dry January is a thing.
Oh, we're doing no spend January.
No spend January.
I'm doing both.
On booze.
I'm doing both.
Are you really?
Well,
yeah, I think I remember no spend January from last year.
Talked about
I
it
did
last
it-
year, and then Kathy was like, "Yeah, this is something that's been going on for a while."
Well, no,
So you've
I
started?
I had been doing it for a while. Yeah, because you need like a break. You need to give your my credit card wouldn't swipe anymore.
And
I
your
think.
liver.
No, my liver definitely needs to cool down a bit. But yeah, the no spending, I love it. I did it 1 year, and I went all the way until April. And it was awesome. Like to get a credit card bill that is like.
So were you
almost-
shoplifting?
No, I just wasn't. I wasn't.
just
buying-
essentials, gas,
No extra
food.
stuff.
You know,
Okay.
like
Correct.
don't go out to dinner. You know, like
Nothing. No, like go to Target and go. Oh, that would. Remember we talked about the gold hand weights that I wanted. They were so nice. I loved them, and I was like, nope, I'm not spending. There's no need for gold weights.
All right, what about gift cards that you have been given as a gift? Obviously, not the gift cards that you've been stealing.
I think we did this last year too. I didn't use those.
Oh, gift cards would work though because they're for a very specific place.
Those are loopholes, and I agree with you.
Next to butthole.
But part of it is you don't need, like, for me, I don't need it. Like nobody needs anything after Christmas. We've purchased and gotten all the luxuries. We don't need anything.
Not
right now.
only saving money, but also just no more stuff for now.
We don't need
we just
stuff.
got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And drink it. And you go sober.
Here's the thing. I'm going to try dry January.
All right.
I'm gonna
Right, let me ask you.
see how long it goes.
Have you? Was there any drinking for the past couple of days?
Oh God, I had a glass of wine last night. I was like, I'm going to go out with a bang.
Okay.
I'm going to double back to the drinking here in a second. But with the no spend January, what about experiences and things like that? Going to a hockey game or movies?
You should have
or
bought your
stuff like
tickets
that?
last month.
No, mine is more like shopping. So yeah, no, if we're going to
Purchasing
go
items.
to like a Sixers game or something,
Or
yeah.
dinner? Going out to dinner?
So I just had this conversation with my neighbors because they're doing it as well, and I said we need some sort of enjoyment during all of this. I was okay with the going out to dinner.
If you have gift cards, it's even better.
Right.
Right.
And
So-
then after no spend January, you do frivolous February, where you just go crazy and buy anything that you want.
No, and I'm telling you, when I did it all the way to until April, like I'm definitely doing it for the entire month of January. I'm not shopping for anything, and I'm going to try to extend it as long as I can.
I'm with you, Kath. I think it's nice to get that bill in February and not have anything on it. Dry January doesn't start until today,
Right, I know.
Because we didn't start
Yes.
working until today. So yesterday doesn't
Right,
count.
it doesn't
Are you
count.
doing it?
Yeah, but it's the same thing as Kathy. It's just I abuse myself so much
Right,
over the
right, yeah.
holidays that it's nice to take take a break from drinking, period. And then, the no spend thing, like, April's ambitious, Kathy, but for me, President's Day weekend, if I can make it that far without really spending much money, I consider that an accomplishment.
With the dry January, maybe I'll give that a shot. I surprisingly did not imbibe as much as I normally do
Over the holidays?
Yeah, over the holidays. Like I'm a every nighter.
Really?
When we're in the
it's the only night.
Vacations.
Ironically, the only night that I didn't drink over the holidays, New Year's Eve. And it was because I drank so damn much on the 30th. I went out on the 30th and abused my body. And the New Year's Eve, I'm like, no, we're staying in. So, but we went out on the 30th in the city. I told you guys this last night. It was really nice. It was a really cool way for me and my friends to celebrate New Year's Eve and not go out on New Year's Eve.
So you did that on purpose?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went to Amada, an old city, and walked around. And it was Steve, you were mentioning earlier that it was like, nice outside this time of year. And so we like walking around the city on the 30th. We got the holiday vibe.
Without the mayhem.
Without the mayhem, without the traffic, without the jacked prices.
Yeah.
Uber goes through the roof at that time of year. So like, it's just, it was a really nice way to celebrate New Year's Eve without actually celebrating New Year's Eve.
Is that something you think you'll do every year?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not a New Year's Eve person anymore.
I
don't really care.
You're one of the few people I know who actually planned anything for the general time. Even it seemed to be less participatory this year, at least by my sphere of
did you see
friends and family.
Like some of the fireworks displays in Philly, it was really foggy and rainy, and it's still on off. People did it, but like you couldn't even see across the river on the 31st.
It's crazy.
Did you guys happen to see San Antonio at the stroke of midnight?
No.
Oh my gosh, it is. So you follow Rex Chapman, right?
Yeah.
He retweeted something. Somebody took a video of a balcony. No, it's not on the Riverwalk.
Oh.
And I've been to the Riverwalk, believe it or not. No, it's like a balcony of a high rise. I don't know if it's a hotel or apartment building, but it's just a video of them just panning over San Antonio, and it's all personal fireworks. It's all personal stuff. Like none of it was professional.
This is New Year's?
This is New Year's.
Wow.
It's Steve. It's amazing.
Wow.
Like, so much so I was like, maybe I'll go to San Antonio. Like,
has that become a thing now?
I guess so.
Yeah?
I guess so. Yeah. But he retweeted
It's
it.
lots of fireworks January.
Yesterday.
We're looking at it.
Check this out. Yeah.
That doesn't even look real, to be honest. I'm curious if that is legit. That's insane.
Yeah,
I don't think that's real.
You don't think that's real?
I'm
I hope it's
I'm
real.
being a naysayer. I hope it's real.
Oh, always saying nay.
I'm always saying nay. But that just does
that's
not.
You're the say nay kid.
That does not look legit because all of the fireworks seem to be the same distance away. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to see if they're like the same, if there's like one that we see that's the same.
Do you know what I saw, which is pretty impressive? I forget where it was, and I have it was around this season. You're led to believe, but the internet lies occasionally. 1,001 drone display. Did you see this?
No, but I have another question.
The drones go up, Preston. It is a bridge.
Hang on.
It is a train that goes across the bridge. It's amazing.
He got so excited, but it wasn't over that. It's because he had another question.
Yeah.
Well, no, because when you said that, it reminded me of something else, but I want to hear about what you're talking about.
The level of animations they can pull off in the sky with these drones. I'm thinking Texas.
Okay.
But and I saw the video, but I mean the precise, drones will. Like, I have a couple drones. You take your hands off the controls and they just lock in place.
Yeah.
And they'll stay. But they launched the 1,001 drones from a football field. They went up and basically did the Polar Express in the sky.
Wow. All right. What was your question?
Did you do your second a day video?
Oh, yeah. How did that come with the drones?
Because it was something he had said in the very beginning of that sentence.
Video.
Yes, I did my. It's an app called 1SE. 1 second every day. You take a video and it edits them all together.
Is it done? Did you post it?
I haven't posted it. No.
Do you like the way it came out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, It was a fair amount of work.
Yeah.
And when I was done with it, I was like, wow, my life's kind of boring.
Oh no!
Does it look like a time lapse photo of you just in place?
No, you know what? It's about 10 minutes long.
Okay.
And I'll find a place that I can host that and post it. I guess there's nothing too personal in there that I wouldn't want anybody to see. But we watched it and it was fun. And I don't know if I'll do it again.
Yeah.
I did take a video yesterday and the day before just in case I want to do it. But I haven't made a decision on.
And what's the app?
1SE.
Okay.
So 1 second every day is what that stands for.
There's another video you should watch from Dad Download. It's this guy who
Two Girl Cup.
This guy took a picture of himself every day since becoming a parent. And then, basically
my
did
God.
that.
And what do you
That's
see?
funny.
If you guys can find it, Dad Download.
There was a cool, with that 1 second every day, though, I do recommend doing some type of project, some type of long-term thing that comes out. Are we watching this now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's obviously fake.
Yeah. His hair's
Are we watching this
receding.
now? We have to.
Wait, Preston, I told you before break, I did something in one of your 1 second videos that I was hoping you would see. I never told you about it. And I told you to go back and look. But
What was it?
Nick, it was you and I were like hysterical laughing in the staff photo that we took.
Oh my God.
Right? Remember?
Yes.
No.
I just gave a little booby shake in it, and I was
And I was
waiting
right
for
next
you
to her.
to maybe see it. Nick was next to me. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Preston's 1 second video."
Oh, was this when the entire MMR
Yeah.
stuff? It's in there.
Yeah.
But it's so quick. I'll have to go back
You have
and
to
watch
go
it.
back and see if you
Oh
have
my
it.
God.
I was right next to Kathy. Steve, I felt what was happening.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and it took me, because, Kathy, will surprise you with stuff like that every now and then. I was like, oh, yeah, all right. I can't wait to see the video of this.
But going back to what I was going to say before, I think I think you might enjoy doing some type of a long-term project like that and seeing what happens over the course of time. There was a guy, I saw this video years ago, and I think it was for 30 years. Every New Year's Eve, he just, and it was like at the beginning when camcorders first came out. He just did a quick video of him saying, hey, Happy New Year, blah, blah, blah. He did it every year for 30 years.
It's so cool.
And watching the human aging process
It's disgusting.
in that way. Well, it's pretty wild.
No, I know what you're saying.
Because for a long time, nothing happens, and then you start to go, wow, okay, we do take a dramatic change during our aging process. It's pretty interesting.
There is that series of films, 7 and then 14, and the Michael Apted, I believe, is the director. I've seen them, and it's wild because they take these same school kids, and going back, and now they're in their 60s and 70s, and to see them throughout their, I want to be this, I want to be that, and then life goes in different ways, but it's beautiful and touching and inspiring and sad, all of the things that life is.
But check out that 1SE app and get started. You can start today and then take it all the way up. I did the final video I did for 2023 because I started it on New Year's Eve.
Nice.
Last year, and then we finished it, obviously, this year. Marissa?
I had an idea for one of these things. At Christmas time, my nephew, who's 3, grabbed my phone and just started taking photos. So the next day I started to erase them, and then I thought, what if I start saving every time he takes my camera, and make like a little book of photos that he's taken?
Sure.
Like 5 or 10 years from now.
Yeah.
Like,
And then
'cause,
hit him with it.
Yeah.
God damn, leave
Wasted
my
all my
phone
time
alone.
on this.
I just thought that for parents because, it's kind of annoying. You get 1,000 photos that your kids are all blurry, but it's, it's life from their eyes.
Yeah.
Marissa, I wanted to ask you, you did the top 12 posts on our Instagram account on the Preston and Steve one. And I guess last year or previous years, top 9 was more popular. And this year, people were posting top 12. Is there a specific app for that, or is that an Instagram app?
Nope, I just made that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. No, I literally did some digging and some searching, and those were our top posts.
So number 1 was the picture of us and Bob Saget.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What was the -4? I didn't know.
No,
what
that's
that
a guy pooping.
Oh, that's right.
-4 degrees. Looks like a guy taking a dump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the actual symbol for -4 degrees looks like somebody bent over sitting on a toilet. I forgot about that. Wow.
And then a little tribute to Twitch, which is nice, and Phil's game.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of sad moments in our.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at Bob Saget, I'd forgotten that it was early in January that happened.
Yeah,
we haven't done the list of people who died. I did not watch the Ryan Seacrest. We didn't even turn the television on New Year's Eve, and we saw. We're like, oh my God, it's 30 seconds of midnight. Let's go outside. We made a bunch of noise.
Did you see CNN completely missed the moment?
Wow.
I read a headline about it.
Yeah.
So
Because the earpiece, Don Lemon's earpiece, was going in and out, and so he's talking, and you can see in the small screen the fireworks going off.
Oh my God!
We were watching the Miley Cyrus Dolly Parton one, which was really good, and Dolly and Miley were on stage. And Dolly completely forgot. But they had a giant countdown clock.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Dolly's like, oh my God, we got to do the countdown. And it was like at 9 at that point.
You ruined it! You're so stupid!
Steve, Anderson Cooper was complaining all night.
Was he?
About, like him and who was his co-host? I forgot.
Is it Andy Cohen?
Andy Cohen. And they were like, every time they would come back on, they would make comments.
About the earpieces?
Just about like things that were going wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
That sucks. I didn't watch any of it, but my daughter had a bunch of her friends over, and they were doing the countdown with the 10, 9, 8.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my watch. I'm like, it's already midnight. Like, so many people. Like, if you're watching on a streaming platform, you were celebrating New Year's probably about a minute after everybody else.
You got to realize also, but if you take it, there are parts of the world that have already celebrated it.
Yeah.
You know, so you take it whenever you want to do it, you do it.
Well, they showed Puerto Rico and them celebrating before us.
Really?
They're so stupid. They don't know.
We did when the kids were really young. We went bowling, and they did a ball drop at in the evening
7.
But it was so funny. It wasn't even like a ball drop at it's like 6 o'clock. It was like 5:53. And they just started. We're just going to start counting back from 10. And the kids don't care. They don't know.
The kids, they
so
don't
stupid.
care.
He's so dumb.
Yeah. I have a list of some of the celebrities who passed away.
Okay.
You guys want to hear some of them?
Bob Saget was definitely. I think Bob Saget ended up in the top of a number of lists.
Yeah.
And I'm saddest moment, I'm
right.
At least way up there. Certainly.
So this is
shocking.
This is kind of a scatter. No, we don't have to.
We don't have to do this?
Ronaldo. That's for chickens.
That's only for chickens.
Chickens only. My bad.
So let me just, I'm scanning this really long list here. Ronnie Spector, I saw that. Who else? No, I don't want, we don't need the sad, depressing music. I mean, it's sad. Let's celebrate their life.
Yes. Be positive about their deaths. God. Wait, we were sick of you.
It's not the right direction.
Didn't the Pointer Sisters
One of the
die?
Pointer Sisters
She died. Yeah,
what the
just
hell?
over the
Pointina.
No. Anyway, Bernard Shaw passed away from CNN. Let's see, Gaylord Perry, the All-Star pitcher.
This is our in memoriam.
Yeah, hang on a second. There's a long list, and I'm scrolling through a lot of people. Names that I don't recognize. Roger E. Mosley, who was on Magnum P.I.
Yes, TC.
Yep. Let's see. Dan McCaffrey from the band Nazareth, the lead singer there. Sasheen Littlefeather, we talked about her.
Academy Awards, the Oscars, and the Godfather, and the Brando.
Sally Kellerman.
Yes.
Oh.
The actress.
Totally forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Moving Violations? Remember how terrible but awesome that movie was? You guys remember that at all?
Did we lose that this year?
No, Sally Kellerman was in that movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't care.
Nah.
It's a long. Howard Hessman died.
Yes, head of the class and WKRP.
That's correct.
He was not nice to Nick.
Not nice at all.
He was a child.
In fact, Nick was doing the happy dance when he heard that Howard Hessman had
You know
died.
who was nice? He's also dead. Willard Scott.
Yes, the original Ronald McDonald.
Same place, Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris.
Yes, on top
Howard
of a
Hessman.
French prostitute.
Not kind. Willard Scott, very
nice,
kind. Very nice man.
Yeah.
Mikhail Gorbachev died.
He was living in PA, was he not?
I thought he was in Vermont.
Same thing.
Pennsylvania, Vermont.
Let's see. Mickey Gilley passed away.
The urban cowboy setting, the Gillies Club.
Yep. Clarence Gilliard, we talked about him, the actor from Die Hard and
yes,
Walker, Texas Ranger. That was the same guy, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's see.
I don't know who that dude is from.
In Die Hard, he's the one who's
the limo driver.
The quarterback is toast.
No, he was a bad guy.
Right.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, we found the picture of him.
Unlock the vault.
Louise Fletcher, One Flew
Nurse
Over the
Ratched?
Cuckoo's Nest, Nurse Ratched. Let's see, Sonia Eddy, who was on General Hospital.
Didn't really remember her.
No, I don't either.
So that song is inaccurate.
Oh, Tony Dow died from Leave It to Beaver.
Right.
Yeah, played Wally.
I love Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah, it was a great
Anything
show.
Beaver, I love it.
Betty Davis. No.
Nice.
Yeah. Betty Davis, the funk singer and second wife of Miles Davis.
Okay.
I'm like, she died
again?
a long time.
I'm very old. I'm 253.
I've died twice.
Twice.
Yes.
And both times were miserable.
Robert Cormier says the Heartland actor. I don't know the Heartland.
They should put the letter I for important and NSI not so important next to the names.
Dave Butts died.
Dave Butts. Well, he probably committed suicide.
2-time Super Bowl winner. He was
tired of the Butts jokes.
72 years old. Tracy Braxton. Remember the Braxton family?
Yes, yeah.
Sister of Tony Braxton.
It was a cancer, I believe.
50 years old, yeah.
Very sad.
Let's see. Mike Bossy, who was in hockey NHL Hall of Famer. Yeah.
I missed that one.
Yeah.
He was a 4-time Stanley Cup winner with the Islanders.
With the Islanders, when they were on that run. Let's see here. Like I said, this list is here we go. Oh, those were the less famous people.
Oh, you found the other one?
Yeah. Those were the other notable deaths.
Oh, my God.
Steve, they were following your model.
I was wondering why Bob.
really can't remember you.
I was wondering why Bob Saget's name
I'm not sure I remember.
wasn't on there. All right, so here we go. All right, now I got the list. You guys ready?
And now the important.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've gotten over the not so important dead people, people we will really miss.
I apologize. Fred Ward.
Yes.
Barbara Walters.
Wait a second. How come Tony Dow's? He should be in the important
Tony
list.
Dow should be. I know this is there should be a list in between. There should be the I for important, and then the NSI for not so important, and the WNS for we're not sure.
I was sad to see Barbara Walters passed away.
She lived in 93.
I know.
And we
She
had
a really
not
good life, but it is
heard a
sad.
lot from
About
her.
I know.
Yeah.
And did they say what it was? Just age or?
A boulder. She was lifting
Stop it.
this.
Stop. That's not what they said.
She was lifting this thing off. There was a platform. She put a bag down on it. She thought she'd put a proper counterweight.
Yeah.
And then this boulder started rolling.
Wow. For what reason?
I don't know. They weren't clear on that.
Was she trying to move stuff in her property? Or?
No. She was stealing a ceremonial golden head.
I didn't. Wow.
Yeah.
Like Indiana Jones?
I guess so.
Wow.
And the boulder, it was,
Snakes.
Yeah. Fortunately, she had a whip and she was able to.
And then she goes around the corner and this arrows come out and there's like a Willard Scott skeleton on it.
Everywhere.
Nick, do you have a real answer for me?
She died at the age of 93 at her home in Manhattan, no cause given.
This is just, what,
Thank you.
8 days ago, 9 days ago?
Yeah, December 30th.
Yeah.
And Anita Pointer was on New Year's Eve, was on the 31st.
All right.
Pointer Sisters.
I'm going to go through some others since we had a bunch here. Ivana Trump, Paul Sorvino.
The great Paul Sorvino.
That was Pennsylvania.
Yes.
He lived in the Poconos, yeah.
So I always confuse him with Gorbachev.
Gorbachev was in Moscow.
Gorbachev was in what? Goodfellas, wasn't he?
He was not. No.
Liz Sheridan, who was Jerry's mother on Seinfeld.
Yes.
Jim Seals of Seals and Croft. The great Vin Scully passed away. He lived in 94. He had a nice long life. And then obviously Bob Saget, we had mentioned him. Bobby Rydell passed away.
Philadelphia legend.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's see.
Taylor Hawkins on that list?
He should be.
I'm sure he will be.
Okay.
I'm working my way up. But yes, Taylor Hawkins, obviously, was another big loss this year. Ivan Reitman.
The great director, writer.
Ghostbusters, yeah. Sidney Poitier.
Mega legend.
Pele just passed away.
Yeah. This is
you know,
clearly the I list.
right before we left for the break. We had news that he was not doing very well. Nichelle Nichols from Star Trek.
Yes, Uhura. Yeah.
Olivia Newton-John.
Very sad.
Yeah. Meatloaf passed away this year. Remember that?
Double Meatloaf.
I love Meatloaf.
I do too.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The singer and actor.
Oh, I was
the
talking about the
actual
food.
stuff.
I'm a massive, by the way, Meatloaf fan.
Are you not a fan of? Are we talking about the food?
The food.
Okay, you don't like meatloaf?
I do not.
Oh
Preston.
my God!
Jones used to have. Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent meatloaf.
Yeah.
Casey, I don't even. What is meat? I don't even know what it is.
It's a loaf made of
I'm
meat.
not eating it. I'm not eating it.
You like it? I'll tell you what it is. It's
No, that was just like kind of. I was just saying.
Feeling, okay.
Making it a point that it's disgusting.
It is
slop thrown together
My mom made it. It was like tomato based.
in the form of like bread. What the?
Oh my! It
is that?
God,
it's delicious.
No idea. It's
Wonderful.
fantastic.
Do you like meatballs, Kev?
Yeah.
It's almost the same thing.
I love meatballs.
It's almost the same goddamn
It's
thing.
not the same thing.
It is.
What
It's
is
like the
that
same-
sauce? That is not the same thing.
Why did
like
you
the
go
same
back to
ingredient.
Tramp Island?
There are a few. They're not,
I agree, Kev.
not unlike meatballs. They can come in a variety of different sauces or gravies if you prefer.
Quick question, and I happen to think when it's moist, it's excellent, and yet I even like a drier meatloaf,
And
the one that you make in your dryer.
you probably don't like the sweeter, like that ketchup based.
I don't like it.
Oh yeah, no.
But there are brown
okay with it.
there are brown
No.
sauces and gravies that can
I
go on.
prefer the brown meatloaf over the tomato,
Yes,
but either
I like
way,
the brown
I
meatloaf.
can't do it.
Listen, dude,
No.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Would you like my mom to make everybody meatloaf? Because
Yes.
Yes.
Really, all right.
No.
Took the
hell
words
no.
right out of
Does
my
she
mouth.
put raisins in it?
Not for you, pal.
Okay.
No.
She puts Percocet.
I would love to have some of your
Raisins in it.
mother's
You
meat.
like raisins.
If she would, that'd be fantastic.
You know, I never had the meatballs. I was out the day.
Oh,
you
really?
had the meatballs with
no.
raisins. Yeah.
I have that at the request.
All right. So Meatloaf, the
Also
singer,
meatballs.
And make me a
passed,
Panama chair. She goes.
passed away. Christine McVie. Another
Just
big one.
recently, I watched the dance, that concert that they
Oh,
did.
it's so good.
It's so good.
Bob McGrath of Sesame Street. That was sad to see.
One of the absolute original cast members.
Yep. Loretta Lynn, another great. Ray Liotta passed away. Jerry Lee Lewis. There's several here. Angela Lansbury. Remember all these?
She's in. There's the quick cameo in The Glass Onion.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the Zoom call.
Sondheim, yeah.
Steven Sondheim. Yeah.
Ray
Yeah.
Liotta died?
Oh, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yes.
Was in that too.
Oh, wait. I thought you were saying he died. I was like, what?
Oh, no.
Oh.
These people are still alive.
Oh, God.
right.
I was like, wait,
No,
I missed.
Steven
No, Ray
Sondheim-
Liotta died.
Oh, he did?
Ray Liotta
Oh,
died.
my God, when?
You
What
know,
happened?
we went on vacation. It was Memorial Day weekend.
Right.
So
Okay.
we ended up not talking about it much on the show.
All
I
right.
think it was literally like the Friday of Keenan's.
It's kind of our unofficial rule. We don't talk about Ray Liotta.
But like, no, we wrapped up the Keenan's broadcast and then Ray
he-
Liotta passed away. Yeah.
Okay.
It was the May 26th.
So you had Michael Lang, who was co-founder of Woodstock, passed away. Guy Lafleur, the hockey legend.
Yeah.
Naomi Judd. That was
Suicide,
horrible.
and she was going through just a nightmarish situation. And it was Ashley Judd who discovered her.
William Hurt passed away this year. Remember that?
Yes.
And the horrible story of Anne Heche.
Yeah,
That was just messed up.
driving 90 miles an hour down a residential street, drove into a house.
Yep. Let's see. Estelle Harris, who played, she was on Seinfeld. She played George's mother.
Right.
Mrs. Potato Head in Toy Story. She was the voice there, too. And we talked about Taylor Hawkins already. Who else here? Gilbert Gottfried passed away this year.
Yeah,
It was in April. Yeah.
Not that you want to, you don't want to say, well, who carried the more weight? I remember the Saget thing being gigantic, and the ripple effect from that was it was huge. You remember when that all went down?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and all these are obviously important. Every death means something, and as does every life. But Saget's really hit a lot of people very hard.
Of course, Queen Elizabeth died.
Right.
And so did Coolio.
And they were lovers.
They
at
had a
one
joint
point.
ceremony. Coolio.
This is the way you make your hair stand up like that.
Robbie Coltrane played Hagrid. Mm-hmm. Aaron Carter, that was a sad one too. He had some real problems.
Yep.
Irene Cara recently died.
Yes.
James Caan passed away.
His son Scott Caan has a new show on. He goes from show to show to show.
Twitch, obviously we talked about that earlier. Peter Bogdanovich, the
great
director,
legendary director.
Pope Benedict just passed away recently.
Right. In fact, the viewing is still going on, is it not?
Yes, it is. Yeah. In fact, I think this is the second day of lying in state.
Steve, I know what you're thinking about.
There is a really poorly figured out picture. The angle is very bad. There's a priest, standing, or cardinal, leaning over to the body, but it looks really bad. It looks like he's filleting.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The dead pope.
It just looks bad, and it's stupid that they let that go out as a official release. It just looks dumb.
I have to see that.
Yeah.
Kirstie Alley passed away.
Yes.
That was not that long ago. And remember, Louis Anderson died in January of last year, too.
And in fact, it was just a little while after Saget.
Saget, yeah, that was a one, too. Wow. So, anyhow, it's always interesting to take a peek back.
And you're always surprised again to hear, oh, yeah.
I know.
You want some good news?
Yeah.
Yes.
My mom's going to make us meatballs and meatloaf for Friday.
Yay!
For Friday?
Yeah, for Friday's show, yeah.
Meatballs and meatloaf.
Right.
All
So
right.
Kathy
Yeah.
can dive in on the meatballs. Oh, raisins or no?
I mean, I feel like I have to taste them. Everybody
right.
talks about them.
Yeah. Okay.
It's got raisins in it. You like raisins.
And you'll have to try some meatloaf.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll come around.
You'll love it.
It's not that different than
Disgusting.
meatballs.
So gross.
I love it. I love good meatloaf.
I don't even know why anyone would eat it
It's awesome.
ever.
I'm with you.
Maybe what if your cousin started a restaurant called Meatloaf University?
Hey, do you know what? My cousin had to close Meatball U.
What happened? It's not accredited.
I know. We are very sad about this.
Why?
Without getting into too much of it, investors were involved, and they say it takes 3 to 5 years to see a restaurant start to profit, and he was just at that part, and his investors were kind of like,
Ma'am, restaurants are tough. It's
I know.
Could you do a
cutthroat
GoFundMe?
business.
A Go Meatball me?
No, you know what? But he's looking. He's not closing forever.
Food truck?
That's what we keep bringing up, and there's a lot that goes into actually owning a food truck and running it, and where you need to cook your food and all this kind of stuff. So he is looking for other options. But if there's I don't know, any investors or restaurants out there that want to offer
You're looking
advice,
specifically for a meatball venture capitalist.
right, exactly.
By the way, you just had a great idea.
What?
You didn't even realize it. Go meatball me.
Go Meatball me.
Yeah, instead of raising money,
raise meatballs.
People donate meatballs.
Oh my God.
And you try to raise enough meatballs to meet your goal.
That's our big
Meet your goal. MEAT.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Wow.
All right. No more camp out for hunger.
No, we're now doing.
No more camp.
Now,
We got a new thing.
we're doing go meatball.
Go meatball me.
Let's see that meeting with Phil Abundance.
You guys want to hear a meatball montage from Rocky?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
please.
Yeah.
It's all fake, meatball. All fake. Blast off, meatball. Get up, boy. Come on, meatball. No. I'm not yet. Not for the meatball. I got you. Here we go, baby. Lights up, meatball.
Thunderlips has gone absolutely berserk.
Those aren't from Rocky, are they?
Well, you said Thunderlips, so that's 3, right?
I guess so. Was Thunderlips the one saying
In number 3.
meatball?
I don't remember.
Just don't remember the term.
the raisins.
I don't remember.
like raisins.
I don't remember the term meatball being thrown around.
I don't.
In Rocky movies.
Rocky was the first person or the first time I heard ham and egger.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, all right. Well, apparently there it is. Plenty of meatballs.
I guess we played that on National Meatball Day.
By the way, we have a new Daily Rush video for you to check out. It's called Philly's Sexy City Markers. Kyle put this one together. It says Philadelphia honors these great and noble gentlemen who also invented free mustache rides and the steam-powered Sibian.
Oh my God.
Now, I
watched it.
I haven't seen it yet, but Kyle says that he created a steam-powered Sibian.
It's all very impressive.
All
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
I need to see this. You can be the first to see the newest Daily Rush videos by subscribing to our YouTube channel, sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com.
Kyle's doing some good stuff.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. And our buddy Joe Matarese has got some gigs coming up this weekend, so we'll chat with him real quick. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Liliane. Those are soundtrack.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes, I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out, hanging out, and of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
He was noon. Super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually.
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Shh.
Have I changed dramatically?
He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses. Now his hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis?
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, personally, of their conduct.
Several stars.
He reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, "How do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody," she told the Hollywood Reporter. "I believe him, and I would work with him anytime." She said, "I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him."
That's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, "Yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there." I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I have
like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I'm going to vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where they do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event.
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party, and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party, and you don't actually know yet until
you get to the party,
Right.
and then they say, "By the way, you're all going to be in."
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
Right.
yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so. You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together with the gender reveal stuff now. That went from 0 to 60.
No, I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now, an I Do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The The rehearsal dinner is what it to me. Isn't that sort of that's the wedding party gathering?
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore because now if you have out of town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out of town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but but out of town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I Do barbecue.
I think the I Do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I Do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only invite.
An I Do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that will be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also, I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I Do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
Not really. That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
barber bris.
The barber bris.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
A gender reveal?
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an explanation,
right
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that and it's the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The the baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, I did not know that.
High school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I didn't.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was back up.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right?
No.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With
not.
how good you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term I Do barbecue before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers,
your golden showers,
butterscotch bandits,
and that's Carl overcomers.
Guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a movie.
We're here for the hot Carl party.
What were you gonna say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
Yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in that should
They
go on
had
a
an I do
Hallmark card.
barbecue. and now he's dead.
Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
I love it. Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a
isn't it?
miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Ah,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that I'm going to
93.3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much, Kath. And our next guest has got some gigs coming up this weekend. He's going to be in Philly this first weekend of the year. And he's going to be performing at Punchline Friday and Saturday, a couple shows each night. Please welcome. Do we have music? Oh, yeah. We have our friend Joe Matarese on the line. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Happy New Year, bud.
Happy New Year.
Did you celebrate? Did you go do anything? Were you performing, or did you just stay at home and crochet?
Come on. Well, I worked. I was in Long Island doing some gigs on New Year's Eve.
What is that like? Because to me, I mean, not to me, it's the biggest party night of the year, and it just seems like people are coming in extra lubricated. It's
pretty terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a sign that I'm drawing my own finally, and not a comedian that just gets the random people. But everybody was old, and it was great.
And it was great.
That's great. So you with like a lot of cream soda being served and sponge cake and stuff like that.
I don't mean real old. I mean my age.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, you're still vital. I mean, you do the nostalgic shows. Obviously, we know about the mullets and mixtapes, and your sort of multimedia things. They work for you. People enjoy the nostalgia, but you don't consider yourself prematurely old, right? I mean, you're vital.
Yeah, well, I think especially that tour's done, because I recorded a special on November 12th and got that in the can. So I'm in the rebuilding stage.
So what does that constitute? What are you in the same vein, or you're going in an entirely different direction?
I think I'm going in the whatever's funny and it doesn't really matter vein. Since I was locked into a tight theme there for I guess like 3 years, I kind of looked forward to just whatever, and it's kind of fun to go on stage and not have a theme, and I can talk about whatever. But you always got to give your tour a title, and that's pretty hard because I'm 2 months into starting new material, so I'm like, huh. So I have two ideas I'm swimming around with. You want me to pitch them?
Yeah, please pitch away.
Yep.
Well, one thing that ended up coming out of my mouth on stage was like an ad lib, but I said it'd be funny for a comic that doesn't really have a famous name to do a tour just called Greatest Hits.
Right.
Because I'm like, how come comedians, like, if you don't know my stuff, like it's almost funny that I'm like writing a new hour of material every 2 years. I'm like, I don't think they know my stuff. Like, I could do the greatest hits, and like, musicians, you don't ever. I mean, sure, they always do the new album as their first 45 minutes on stage, and then they go into the hits.
Well,
right?
it's almost the antithesis of. You go to see a band, you want to see the hits. If you're a fan of a particular comedian, you want to see the new stuff.
Yeah, but what's great about me is it's like I'm a fan to some people, but I'd say more than this is kind of making fun of myself, but more than half the crowd doesn't know my stuff verbatim. They really just don't. I mean, even if they follow me on social media, it's like you're putting different bits up all the time, and everybody's watching so much different comedy online. They don't know your stuff. So, like, because I've been joking around with it. I say it on stage, okay, I'm going to do my greatest hits right now. And I go into them. It kills. And I'm like, why am I not doing what kills?
Do you think simply labeling it as your greatest hits places the onus on the audience to find it that much funnier?
I don't know, but when I made fun of it, it gave me an in, you know? Okay. Like, here was another thing I messed around with new material, which was, like, I had notes in my back pocket, or I had, like, I bought a music stand, and I'm like, I've seen comedians do this where they got, you know, paper on stage. Like, I even opened for Dennis Miller once, and I was impressed that this guy, he doesn't even go out and work on his material in advance at little clubs. Like, he literally writes his jokes word for word and goes on stage at a podium like he's a congressman or a president or something, you know, and his jokes are so well written that they work when he just reads them right off the podium, and nobody really realizes it because he does a lot of current events and a lot of political humor. So it makes sense that he's got a podium up there. But, like, I was making a joke that, and you guys probably know this because you seem to know everything. when you're a morning radio guy, you just know everything. But, Marlon Brando is known for never memorizing his lines in the movies, and he would put cue cards all over the place, right? So it looked like he was looking off, but he was really just looking off to read his next line, right? Mm-hmm. And Kevin Nealon, this comedian, Kevin Nealon, the great Kevin Nealon from Saturday Night Live, he posted a picture of Brando, James Caan, and Robert Duvall. And Robert Duvall had a cue card literally taped to his chest.
Yeah, yeah.
From The Godfather. So I was using that as a joke. I'm like, well, Brando did it. And I've noticed this about myself. Whenever I have notes, it works because I think it makes you not think like, oh, I got to have this all memorized and have it perfect.
Well, it's like having a set, rock band having a set list on the floor, or even the lyrics on a teleprompter. It just helps a bit.
Yeah, and even like if you see Springsteen, I think Springsteen does that cool little move where he lets people in the audience hold up the cue card of what song they want to hear, right? And then he goes out and collects them all and puts a stack of them on the stage. So every 15 minutes, he pulls something out and he does it, and and the crowd's involved in it. So it's like if the crowd's involved in it too, that can take you off of the memorization. I don't know, but
hell, you don't know. So what?
You don't think he's pulling a card of a song that he was already planning on playing?
No, I think no, because it makes it fun. I've only seen Springsteen live twice, but sometimes it looks like he's like, okay, do I remember? And he's saying it. Okay, do we remember how this goes? And they kind of figure it out. And I'm sure he's at the level now where someone hits a button and they put the lyrics on the teleprompter, and next thing you know, he's sometimes doing a cover of another band,
right?
But it works. So that's the one idea I'm messing around with, because you always see, like, I've seen Brian Regan. My wife loves Brian Regan, so he's like the one comedian we'll pay and go see when he's performing in a theater near us. She loves him. And he'll come back out at the end and let the audience yell out some greatest hits that they want to hear, and he'll redo the bit right then.
That it is kind of wild when you have that, where the material is so well known that people will scream out chunks and bits. It's cool on one level, and yet it's it's like when if you want to talk about the correlation with a musician, play this. Yeah, I'm going to get to that. It's like you want participation, but it can also get in the way of the flow of your show.
Yeah, well, I find that it never gets in the way of the flow of my show. I think that's probably because another thing when you're getting older as a comedian, you lighten up so much. Like if they're yelling out my bits, I got to be a huge jerk off to get mad at somebody who knows my bit. You know, like that's a compliment if they're yelling out like an old bit from 20 years ago. It's like amazing that they remember it. And then the other part of the crowd doesn't know it. And then you do it, and it looks like it was. It was requested by an audience member. It always kills. They love it. So it's like I've heard Seinfeld talk about this, where he's not a guy that redoes, a new hour every year or every 2 years. He likes to spend a lot of time and perfect something.
Right.
And I don't know. Like I've had the opposite happen in my career, where other comedians go, "Why are you writing so much new material all the time when you got so much great stuff that you could go on and like get a standing ovation?" Like, so I started thinking about that. I'm like, well, getting a standing ovation never means it didn't go well.
Right. So unless they're standing up to leave.
Which I've been accused of on social media. They're like, "You're not." I posted a standing ovation once, a video of it, and they're like, "You're not getting a standing ovation. They're standing up to go home." No, they're not.
It's a matter of seconds that determines a standing ovation and a gentle exit from the theater.
It's true. Yes. So the other thing I was messing around with, and I know Preston would go, "Oh, that's a good one."
All right.
Which it's because my one special was called "The Poster's Wrong," which was a subtle reference to me being this more meticulous type person who always notices every little mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of my new material that I've been writing in the last 2 months since the special was recorded was about me being meticulous. And I have a joke where I say if I was a superhero, that my superhero name would be Meticulous, and I wouldn't have really any superhero powers. I would just kind of fly into a situation and like move a candle 1/4 of an inch and then fly away. And then everyone's like, "Who was that?" Meticulous, right? And it's been something I've been studying, and I'm having trouble making it work because it kind of has a sad place, but a real connection in my life. That a lot of people in my family have this meticulous thing, right?
Are you meticulous, or are you obsessive compulsive?
Yes, it's a lot of OCD. I've been realizing that, and it's funny how you're serious always can go into comedy if you word it right, because it's kind of a serious issue that's been going on, and I feel like in the last year it's gotten worse, and I don't know if COVID had anything to do with it, but I'm like, I annoy the heck out of everybody, like especially guys that I hire. So like, say you have a contractor come over your house to do a job, I find that it's normal to find their mistake and like call them back and ask them to fix it. But like, I noticed the mistake so fast that like, if you could, have a POV of what I'm seeing and how quick I'm seeing what the guy messed up on, and the way I'm telling him that he messed up on it, they hate my guts. Like, I'm just like, everybody's starting to slowly hate me. I'm noticing.
But I'm the opposite, where I'm like, I don't want to say anything, so I guess I'm just going to have to live with this hole in my wall for the rest of my life.
Yeah, what's the better way?
I don't want that guy to hate me.
Yeah, that's the normal way. I'm the guy that, and I've noticed this because we all deal with each other in text form now, not vocally. Like back when I was younger, I'd call them on the phone and we'd be talking. I'd be like, "Hey," and they could hear that I'm a good guy, right? Like, I think it comes through in my voice now, even on the radio show. Joe's not a jerk. Like, I think you can hear it in my voice.
Right.
But when I'm texting it, oh my God, am I an asshole? Oh my God. My wife reads my text back and she's like, "Do you even see how you wrote that?" And like, I noticed that I get in a lot of these arguments, and I think it's OCD stinks because you you can't tell if someone has it. It's not like you physically look weird or something like that. You don't know, and you just think someone's a jerk.
Yeah,
no, it's a disorder.
I mean, I get it. I think at a certain point, you know, if you paid for a job, you should get it done the way you want it. You're not saying you're going. You're not calling them on every little ridiculous thing. I think that's fine. But you feel it gets away from you?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just making an observation that every single person, because you get to this point in your careers with I don't know if it's just creative careers where you start to realize, okay, I got to hire people to do all the things that I'm not good at. So now I have a PR person, I have a social media person, I have somebody that does the website for me. It's like everybody if they have to deal with me, and every single one of them's being like, hey, you're not paying me enough for this much of an annoyance. And you want it done so fast. Like you have no idea what it's like dealing with me when someone films a special and I got to go sit in the edit.
Well, we remember the Preston. What was the story that there was one light out of place?
It was blinking, and it was when we were doing Camp Out for Hunger, and Joe was on our comedy bill, and he's like, "Man, that light up there, just can somebody fix that? Because there's something going." And like nobody in the place is paying attention to this light, but Joe, he just focused in on it.
Yeah.
Well, when you got ADD on top of it, then you're OCD, and then you have ADD. So the obsessive thing makes you also not be able to concentrate. So you got like a double whammy going on. Like if I have to do a show at a place, like there's this place in Hartford, I got to go do it in like a month or two in Hartford, Connecticut, where there's a curtain behind you. But that curtain is just covering a big hole in the brick wall, and behind that hole is like where the busboys go to like throw all the dirty stuff from the restaurant. So you hear like plates and forks clanging, and the audience can't hear it, but you can because you're right up against it, and you're just going, I literally can't concentrate, and I'm like, how are these other comedians concentrating? And I realized I have a totally different wired brain.
So are you thinking of making this the theme of or you're looking for a title for your show, your tour?
Yeah. Like I like the theme title of Meticulous, and it just looks like me as a superhero.
I like
but
that.
It's a negative trait. It's not a positive.
Right.
Call the tour "Fix the Hole."
Fix the hole.
Well, but you know what? There's people that will take my side, like what you said. When someone, because that's what the joke comes in on stage where I go, why does it, everybody I hire to do jobs, and I don't know if this is you guys too, I've yet to hire somebody that nails it the first time. They come in, they do the job, and it's great, and they go home, and they pay them, and you pay them, and they're done. Every time, I'm like, no, can you fix that? And they're like, oh, okay. And it's like an obvious one to me. I'm like I had a guy, my wife doesn't mind these mistakes. Like we had a china closet that was my mother-in-law's, one of these ones that goes into the corner of the room, and it's like a built-in into the wall.
Right.
So the guy installs it, and one leg is touching the hardwood floor, and the other leg is a good inch off the ground. It's not even touching the ground. And she's like, it doesn't bother me. I'm like, how does that not bother me?
I think I would agree with you. Yeah, that would annoy me, especially all the legs should touch the floor. That's that's the way they design them, so that all the legs touch the floor.
Yeah, well, I'm like, and you got to wait till the guy's done, because you sit there and you go, do I wait till he's done? And then, because what if he was going to put a wood block under there and caulk it up and paint it, or wasn't he? I'm just like, all right, I got to wait till. And my wife's done.
You be passive aggressive and you say, how do you guys always get all the legs to touch the floor?
Right? Do it.
That's the way less jerky way of doing it.
I like that.
You're just amazed.
Well, all right.
Well, I've been trying to list the jobs for the stand-up bit of what job can you get away with it taking 3 times to get it right. I don't know any other jobs where you can keep making mistakes.
It's probably like
And-
neurosurgery.
Yeah.
You think you can mess up?
They'll never know.
No, yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, listen, Joe, we got to wrap, brother. But I just want to remind people about your gigs this weekend. Punchline. There's 2 shows each night, Friday and Saturday, 7:30 and 9:45. So make sure that you get your tickets now to see Joe Matarese. But
And come out. We should have a running theme where come to the show and try to figure out what Joe is going to notice in the room that's going to bother.
Yeah, it's like, where's Waldo?
yeah. All right, buddy. Well, here's to a great New Year, man, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New
Appreciate
Year.
it. Joe Matarese, guys. Punchline in Philadelphia, 7:30 and 9:45. And yes, Joe obviously does a great Rocky, and he does like cameos and stuff like that.
I wonder if he actually offers cameos as just Joe Matarese. If anyone,
It says here he will do them as himself or as Rocky.
Okay.
If you want to. And he could do Harry Callis, too. His Harry Callis is
Damn good.
insanely spot on. All right, well, anyhow. What did I want to mention? I did want to mention a couple things. I'm not the mentionerer.
No, you're not the mentioner.
By the way, so don't throw something like that at me.
You're the casual referencer.
Maybe that's it.
Preston, while you're looking for that, you mind if I do a shout out real quick?
No.
This is for Tessa Marie, and the reason I wanted to do it now is because she's out of school today. She's going back to school tomorrow. So it's from Kevin. He's a big Flyers fan, big fan of the Preston and Steve show. And he says, Kathy, that Meatloaf is the best.
Oh, that's cute.
So this is for Tessa Marie. We want to shout out your way.
All right. You know what? I'll go ahead and mention this because it came out over the weekend, and even though this is a little bit late in the show, this could lend to a nice conversation. But Rolling Stone magazine updated its 100 greatest singers list. Now, this was 2008 was the last time they did this. So they
yeah.
This is the first time they've updated from 2000. I think it's the first time they've updated.
And it's 200 singers, right?
200 singers, yes.
So the odds are pretty good you're going to end up on the list.
Yeah, well, you know who didn't end up on the list?
I do.
Celine Dion
Is not on the list.
is not on the list.
Never
of,
got a dinner.
Greatest singers. It says 100 greatest singer, but it's actually 200.
200.
Yeah.
That is, I think that's an oversight. No matter how you feel about Celine Dion, she's known for her powerful voice.
As a vocalist, the woman is amazing.
Yes,
you may
and
not
she's-
like the songs if that's not your cup of tea, but there's no denying she's an amazing singer. And has been number one.
Has she?
I believe
I
so
thought
for a
Whitney was one at one point, but that might be incorrect.
So it goes Aretha and then Whitney. So it's
Let's remind you
one
of
and
what
two.
Whitney sounds like.
Come on. This is Whitney doing her Celine Dion.
I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on.
So here's the deal. When I look at lists of greatest singers, I think of vocal quality and ability.
Not pyrotechnics, right?
Well, just their ability, their tone, their sound, and their ability, as opposed to maybe their impact in the world of music.
Cut and clarity.
And that's why, yes. Color, cut,
four
and
Cs.
clarity. No, but that's why at number 15, Bob Dylan doesn't make it, to me personally, as one of the greatest singers of all time. Great songwriter, great singer, but great performer, but not greatest of all time.
No.
Vocalist.
No one sings Bob Dylan better than Bob Dylan. But if the measure is, are we talking about a good singer, someone who could take that instrument and apply it, or is it a great singer simply because they sing their material the best?
I'd have to see what their qualifications are. I mean, because I'm looking at the first Beatle to make it on here is number 12, John Lennon, and then you go way down to number 26, and it's Paul McCartney. I am sorry, no way. And you guys know me; I'm a Beatles fanatic. But as far as tonal quality,
I'd put Paul
and
ahead of
ability, Paul was way better than, and his range was a way better singer than John Lennon.
I
Now,
think
this is
John
all
even said
subjective.
that.
John's a great singer, or was a great
Thank you.
singer.
Thank you very much.
Yes, congratulations on being
Thank you.
a great singer.
At least I beat out the guy from Loverboy.
Mike Reno?
Mike Reno.
No, Paul, a better singer. So these lists, and this is what these lists do, as you've said
I
many
wipe my
times.
ass with these lists.
What's that?
I wipe my ass with these lists.
You could do that if you wanted to.
Put me up in the 90s.
By the way, Jackie Bam Bam left me a Christmas gift, and it is a Time Magazine Paul McCartney.
He's so
spotlight,
thoughtful.
which is really cool.
I'm on the cover of Time.
But so let me give you their top 10 here. So yeah, Aretha Franklin number 1, Whitney Houston number 2.
We do have numbers, don't we?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
Give me a moment here.
All right, we'll go
Wait, are you starting at 1?
Yeah,
I do them in order.
yeah.
It's the most impressive.
Number 1.
I do them from 10th.
You're gonna have to give me 1 second.
Aretha Franklin is
Number?
Hang on. What? I hit the button. Here we go.
okay.
Okay. All
Glad we
that
did
for that.
All worth it.
Yep.
And now-
Whitney Houston is number 2. Number 3 is Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke, a fantastic voice.
Great singer.
Yeah.
But, all right.
But of
Yes.
all time,
But of all time, like I would personally rank Marvin Gaye above Sam Cooke.
I agree.
Marvin Gaye?
I agree.
Yes.
I
I mean,
would
if you're talking about like a soul singer, you know, but that's it's a subjective
That's
thing.
why this is what my ass with them.
Right.
Marvin Gaye's number 20. Frank
Gaye.
Sinatra's number 19.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He's a crooner.
All right, number 4 is Billie Holiday, the great Billie Holiday.
Yes. Now, again, that's okay. Yeah. All right, let's go with that.
Next number.
Billy.
What was it?
Mariah Carey. Great singer. I'd put her way up
4
there.
octave range.
Number 6. Are we doing all the numbers?
Of course we are.
The great Ray Charles. Now, that man was incredible. Incapable of singing a sour note. Number 7. It's going to be a great year. Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder.
Another
So
one of the infallibles.
The Paul Simon, the Grammy tribute to Paul Simon, was excellent. Stevie Wonder was out for a number of songs. You know who also did a great job? Dave Matthews.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
he's the Graceland stuff. Dave Matthews performed some of that.
That's cool. Next number. That's the one that has Beyonce, and I agree with you.
I don't think she's
successful, talented, a great voice. Not top 10 material in my book of all time. I just no. I mean,
she stinks.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not Paul. Easy.
You said it.
Yeah, I did not.
You didn't say
I
that.
did not say that.
I think you did.
Wait, we're talking about beautiful voices versus good voices, and I have to bring this up. Did you guys see David Bowie perform with Sia? Nick, you watched?
No, it wasn't David Bowie. It was David Byrne.
Okay.
They brought him back from the dead.
David Byrne from
David Byrne,
Talking Heads.
yes.
Talking, yes. Great voice.
Dear God.
Not great on stage with Miley Cyrus. Not great on stage with Sia. Sia has a beautiful voice.
Well,
She
that
does.
was the
Sia's
thing.
got a great
her,
voice.
her voice was so beautiful, and
Well,
then
the crowd was stunned because there was a walking corpse on.
Well,
Sorry,
that's
David
crazy
Byrne.
because if you watch Utopia, David Byrne's Utopia, like his voice is beautiful.
No, his voice, it really sounded good. There was actually, I think the stage, believe it or not, was kind of slippery. And so there were points in this performance where Miley Cyrus was not moving around very much, and then David Byrne, I think, was taking cues from Miley Cyrus and also not moving. I think they had like a little rainstorm come through or whatever. He sounds great. He did not dance
with her
very well.
Oh, all
and he
right.
didn't match with her.
No.
Like this beautiful voice, and it just was. I was hysterical laughing when I heard it.
Casey, I think he's one of those who has a unique voice.
Yes.
and it's tonally it's great and everything. But you put it next to like a soul singer,
Yeah.
it's not going to sound as
Like
great.
Marvin Gaye?
Yeah.
No, but he sings David Byrne stuff better than anyone else.
Yeah.
Or David Bowie.
So next number 9, the great Otis Redding is at number 9. Great
fantastic.
Don't
singer.
we have an isolated Otis Redding? Or no, maybe I'm thinking of Marvin Gaye.
Otis Redding?
No, we have a Marvin Gaye heard it through a grapevine,
Right.
which is just, I mean,
It's perfect.
it's just amazing. All right, next one is
Number 10.
Where do we get that?
What is that?
It's from Hamilton.
Okay.
They're all from Hamilton. Yeah.
all right.
Oh, they all.
One more
are?
time?
Number 10.
Number 10 is Al Green.
Al Green.
Yeah, Reverend Al Green.
Absolutely.
Yep. And now then we don't have numbers to support these other ones. Little Richard was 11. Then 12 is John Lennon. Patsy Cline, 13. Freddie Mercury, number 14. Freddie Mercury, better singer than John Lennon, I think personally.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm No, I would put Paul above Freddie Mercury, though.
Goddamn right.
Yeah. And then number 15, Bob Dylan. There's no way, Paul. Paul, there's no way.
No.
Bob is a better singer than you.
Look at it's like Gollum. Gollum's a singer.
You'd kick his ass, too,
Beat
probably.
the piss out of him.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm losing track. Was John Lennon the top rock singer on this list?
Let's see here. Yeah, I believe so. Everyone else is an R&B singer up until that point.
Well, Little Richard is rock.
Yeah, rock and roll for sure. Possibly the one of the originators, one of the people that propelled
Where's
rock.
Elvis on this list?
Elvis is number 17. So it goes Bob Dylan 15, then Prince at 16. And then Elvis at 17. God, Bob Dylan, a better singer than Elvis Presley? Shut up!
So I watched last night. I watched that 66 special, that Elvis special, as depicted in the Baz Luhrmann film. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
I've not.
Okay, I happen to love it. We love it. I know you're a big Elvis fan as well, and really a lot of it is the mythos of Elvis and the legend and so on and so forth. But that special is effing phenomenal.
Yeah.
And the dude could sing. Didn't really write anything.
Nope.
per se.
He was a vocalist.
Yeah.
He was a singer. And there are people that are that way. That have these amazing voices, and that's what they do. They don't write the music, but they can, for whatever reason, they were born with this instrument. It's amazing.
So she's like
Kathy.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx,
oh my God!
Stop.
So we have a clip of David Byrne and Sia singing on New Year's Eve. So let's check this out.
Oh, yeah. I heard that you let your feeling only way to make friendships grow. But I'm too afraid now. Oh, yeah. I put my arm around you, how strong I am. I put my arm around and show you that I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible.
Part of that is she's too far back in the mix.
She is.
He's too up front in the mix.
It's not as bad as
No.
I didn't think it was terrible.
Oh, God.
I'm so confident.
And her, beautiful
I know,
voice.
I know.
It just does not mesh together.
Kathy, did you hear him do Let's Dance, the Bowie song with Miley Cyrus?
Yeah.
That actually
Was that cool?
I thought they did a really good job, but they traded parts. So he wasn't trying to harmonize with Miley Cyrus and singing Let's Dance. And Miley Cyrus is kind of a cool rock chick.
I was watching her. I'm like, I might like her a little bit
I
now.
kind of do too.
Okay.
She's legit.
Welcome to the club,
She's
guys.
legit. She's friends. She's friends. Taylor Hawkins was a friend of hers, and
I was impressed.
I mean, Metallica. I mean, she has her merit. She really has a powerful voice.
I mean, when she speaks, I do. I
I watched over the holiday, Caroline and I watched the original Willy Wonka. And when Mike TV was on, I'm like, we on the show all firmly believe it's the same voice of Mike TV and Miley Cyrus.
Dolly Parton.
Nick, I was also a little she kept calling her Aunt Dolly, and I know they're close enough, but I was like, all right, enough with Aunt Dolly.
Yeah, it's her godmother, I guess. And it was a good performance.
It was good, yeah.
Some people are pointing out some other great vocalists like Karen Carpenter, Chris Cornell.
Karen Carpenter is overlooked often.
Oh, yeah. Just because the music was a little more milquetoast than R&B or rock, but her voice, audibly in its quality, is perfection. It's just
Song for You, which is a
outstanding.
cover that is one of my favorite songs, and her version of it. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Where was Cornell on the list? Chris Cornell.
I don't know. I didn't
Okay.
print up the whole list, but he's got to be on there.
Yeah.
At some point. But the big thing is they left Celine Dion off of the top 200 altogether.
That seems
whether you like her or not. Fantastic vocalist and definally deserves to be on that list. There she goes. Listen to that.
God, please.
Listen to that instrument.
Beautiful.
That is how I know you go on.
Let's go.
I mean, it's like you think it's her.
Oh my God!
You know?
Wait, that's not her?
No, right?
Oh, here. Want another mind bender? Here.
Wouldn't you think my collection?
You're going to think this is right off the Blu-ray.
But I want more. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun.
Listen right here.
Wandering free, wish I could be part of that world.
They didn't do
So
that.
The
delicate.
problem now is everyone, like, if you get a phone call, you're like, why is this person calling me? Let me see what's wrong. Like, everyone answers now because you usually just
Yeah, you don't get
text.
to leave messages anymore. You're right. Or people just don't check them.
So if you see me calling, don't answer.
I will
You
not
could
answer.
text and put little musical symbols around you.
All right. Anyhow, just thought I'd touch on that. And you know what? We should touch on one other thing. Casey handed this to me, and I'm gonna erase this.
You're gonna erase it?
I'm going to erase it.
What?
And start over. But we have the results of 2022's Delco versus Bucksco competition.
Oh boy!
And for the first time in a long time, Delaware County claims victory. Delaware County won the Delco versus Bucksco Bi-County Cup with 125 points to 100 points.
Actually, it's 110. You did award a Bucksco 10 points.
That's right.
At the Christmas Miracle.
Look at that. That's how the champions do it.
I was getting emails over the holiday break about things that were happening in Bucks County and why they should
get points.
Should get points. I forwarded one to Preston, and then there was like all these others. And I was like, oh, I'm not doing this.
Nah. All right, so I'll start anew today.
Oh, we don't have to. We're good.
I have, but you know what? I had an idea, Case, because I was driving in Delaware County over this, at some point during the break, and I was like, I came to an intersection. I was like, this is where I was when I left the golf course and was trying to, when we had the contest and I was trying to get back to the station from wherever you dropped me off in Delaware County, and I recognized the intersection, and like I know it well, but I was coming from a different direction. So when I got to it,
that's where you got confused. You were on air when you got confused.
So I got like,
If you'd been facing, if you'd come in a different way, you would have instantly recognized it.
Had I been going to terrain, I would have known where I was. But you know what I mean? Like I wasn't. I was coming from some golf course. But anyway, I thought that was so fun. Like I think it would be cool if we maybe just did that part again, like drop off in a certain part of the county.
You up for that case?
Yeah. I'm so mad because
you had an accident.
That particular one, like I used the sun. Like I felt like I was a freaking pioneer. Like I was Lewis and Clark and the sun. Because I was like, I don't know where the hell I am, but I'm like, the sun's over there and I need to go south. So I need to keep the sun on my left. And I was like, and I was brilliant. And I got to the turnpike like that.
For those who may not know what they're talking about, there was a contest. We placed each of them. Kathy was placed in Delaware County. Casey was placed in Bucks County. They were blindfolded. They didn't know where they were, and they had to make it back to the radio station. First person to make it back won, and they couldn't use his GPS, nothing.
Phones.
They had to find their way in and out. And then because I designed the thing, I caught total crap from people that are like, well, the traffic is bad going that way, coming from here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then, Casey, you got on, and there was a major backup.
It was major backup because there was a spool of cable that had fallen off of a tractor trailer.
It was on the news.
It was ridiculous how bad it was. And I was like, oh, my God. I'm like, I should have won this one, but whatever.
And so I was leaving it up the interpretation wherein... Because somebody else was driving, right? Or
Yes. It might have been Connor or somebody who was driving.
I thought I had Connor.
Where maybe
Connor?
I had Rick.
Maybe you could have gotten out of the car and gotten off of the highway and run somewhere. And well, you didn't have your phone, I was going to say. But you had to be resourceful in that particular contest.
You used the sun. I asked a UPS driver.
Things can be modified. And if we think about it and think about ways that would allow people to... Allow you participants to stay off of the mains during morning rush.
Yeah. There was one, like when we went in the helicopter, like I'm so mad because it took me like 2 or 3 guesses to guess where I was. I'm like, how did I not? Well, I was over trees, right? Yeah. And like just a whole bunch of trees. And it wasn't until I looked down and I saw Knowlton Swim Club that I knew. I was like, I know Knowlton Swim Club. They had a separate diving well, a separate lane, lap pool, a separate, I was like, And that's how I knew exactly
well,
where
as
I
good
was.
as you think you are and as observant, when you are disoriented,
oh yeah,
it's hard. That's why, like, people at a scene of a crime, when they go back and recount what they believe they saw, and it's hard to process when you're.
It was like when I went
not used
up
to it. Yeah.
with you guys just put me in a helicopter because I was scared of it. This was prior, had nothing to do with Bucksco versus Delco.
That's right.
And I was so, well, first of all, I was so nervous, but I was so disoriented and thrown off. I had no clue where I was. And I was right over like the Schuylkill, the Boulevard. Like it was all right there. And I'm like, I don't know what this is. And the guy that I was flying with wasn't from the area. So I was like, is that the Boulevard? He's like, I don't even know what that is.
I do not know.
All right. Well, anyway, maybe we'll do another Bucksco versus Delco. Casey doesn't want to do it.
No, we won. I'm good.
All right. We
Forever and ever.
are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get into the Bizarre File when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
Hi, I'm Alexa.
More figurines and statues. though.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They are ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Oh, yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
Now, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yes,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other
So
day.
there's huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
They're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
Oh yeah, that buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and
looking
my collections are
better.
coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my
Swords.
stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
we'll
we
see.
threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah. We'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay.
That's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when
Once
it doesn't
there's
look
a
good.
stain,
That's why she's.
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but then
never be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I always
lovely.
wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever
Okay.
that is.
It was a turkey.
Okay.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound. Several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween one year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah.
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with
but
gas
anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, welcome to Philadelphia. You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah.
Which is a Brian De Palma, great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is, I started watching it, I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday
That's
night.
Correct.
And he owned that. It was a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and
you
then
could
Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torture.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no. And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the whole thing.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, But then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, and that's almost sort of
enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost. You know.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair for the role.
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair and the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, and Adam West was there, the original Batman. So everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack. With about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing. And that same sort
All right, we shall proceed with another run of the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
I brought to you this morning by your friends at Pro Team Collision. You shouldn't be good at getting into an accident, but if you do, your friends at Pro Team Collision are there to help with all of your auto body repair needs, and you can visit proteamcollision.com. All right, this story is out of Australia, and apparently in Australia, Woolworths is a grocery store.
Really?
Yeah, so a Woolworths shopper has vented their fury after a purchase exploded in their kitchen. The shopper, named Amy, shared details of her horrifying discovery after purchasing a watermelon from Woolworths.
And it exploded?
Yeah, tagging their Facebook page, she wrote, spending hours cleaning up an exploded watermelon was not the way we wanted to spend our Christmas. It's the new novelty melons that they have.
You got one in there, exploding melons.
So she said, we purchased this watermelon at Woolworths on Christmas Eve with plans to cut it up tomorrow morning.
Now cut it up, Mama.
To enjoy with our extended family. And she said, tonight while relaxing in front of the TV, we heard a bang and running water in the kitchen. So we rushed in only to find the watermelon had exploded everywhere. The watermelon appears to have been rotting away for quite some time.
So gases were building up
inside of it.
Have you seen the people? I see people put rubber bands around the watermelon, and eventually it causes it to explode.
Yeah. It's bit by bit. It adds more and more pressure onto it, and eventually it kind of explodes. Which is pretty cool, but this is a different situation. This is messed up. An auto worker was killed after a customer thought the worker was stealing their car.
Mm-hmm.
The incident occurred at the Tires Plus, and officers responded to the call and found an employee of the repair tire shop with multiple gunshot wounds. Daniel Gordon was he was transported to the hospital where he died. Detectives say 30-year-old Quadarius McDowell is accused of shooting the victim. McDowell had taken his car to the repair shop for service, and at some point, Gordon started to drive McDowell's car into the parking lot.
Right.
The suspect thought the employee was trying to steal his car and fired multiple shots from the gun, striking the victim.
The notion that it was one of the employees never occurred to him?
No.
Yeah.
And if someone's stealing your car, you shoot and kill them. I mean, obviously they're a bad person.
And then you ask them what they're doing.
And then you ask what they're doing. McDowell left the business, but officers located and arrested him without incident. He now faces murder charges in that. Yeah, crazy. Another Australian story. A New York City billionaire, his controversial New Year's Eve pyrotechnic bonanza at his retreat is believed to have caused a large rural forest fire.
Oh, boy.
The blaze is understood to belong to Empire State Realty Trust Chief Executive and President Tony Malkin.
Yeah, sorry about that.
They own the Empire State Building, by the way. Malkin's
very tall.
Malkin's company got clearance from the Overseas Investment Office to buy the $4.5 million property called Redemption Song in 2008. The fireworks went off at midnight. Firefighters were called 10 minutes later. The blaze involved 3 separate fires burning on steep terrain and came within 15 meters of a house on the property. It was contained by about 2:30 in the morning and burned an estimated 1.2 HA of land. Is that hectares?
Or a ha, but yes, hectares.
Hectares. Volunteers were there until 7 a.m. and investigation into the site is taking place. Prosecutors in Seattle filed charges this week against a software engineer who's accused of a theft scheme that swiped approximately $300,000 from his employer. Hermenildo Castro allegedly told detectives he was inspired by the 90s movie Office Space when he devised a plan to divert customer fees from his employer, Zulily.com, into his own bank accounts. Like he was taking a direct page from that movie.
Fun.
Yeah. Castro wrote software code that manipulated the online retailer's checkout page to send the shipping fees into his own account. The charges allege that Castro netted $260,000 in stolen shipping fees. Detectives said Castro also used his position as a software engineer to manipulate prices on Zulily to purchase approximately $41,000 in merchandise for pennies on the dollar. According to police, the company's cybersecurity staff found a document on Castro's laptop titled Office Space Project.
Wow, he's really leaving a nice trail.
Which outlined Castro's scheme to clean up evidence by manipulating audit logs and disabling alarm logging. The theft began in February, and by March, the company had identified discrepancies in the shipping fees being charged to customers.
If he had watched a different movie, he might have been a Ghostbuster.
Yeah, Castro was part of the team assigned to investigate the discrepancies in the shipping fees. Zulily investigators eventually caught on to Castro's scheme and went to his house, where they found boxes of merchandise piled up outside the front door and driveway. In total, the team said Castro had sent over 1,000 items to his house, and Castro claimed the orders that came to his house were the result of a mistake during a test that he forgot to return the items and did not notify Zulily staff about the orders. When asked why he never returned the items to Zulily, he said that once they fired him, his opinion was, F them. So,
there you go.
All
right. Seems very credible.
His official statement.
F them.
All right, and then one last story, and then we will wrap it up. 2 drug trafficking suspects were arrested after calling 911 on themselves during a paranoid episode. It stated that the suspects called 911, or it started when they called 911 around midnight to say that they were being followed.
Yes, I see him. He's right in the mirror.
The dispatcher told them to stop at a place called the Hitchin' Post and meet with a deputy.
You folks up for some hitching?
Before they got to the gas station, the suspects ran towards the pickup in the middle of the highway. They got out and ran towards the deputy's vehicle in an aggressive manner. They were ordered to down on the ground at gunpoint and placed in handcuffs. Suspects then told the deputy they had marijuana in their pickup. Remember, these are the people that called the cops.
Yeah.
During the search, deputies found 3 totes and a suitcase filled with 1-pound bags of marijuana.
Totes my goats.
They seized 129 bags. Like, they weren't carrying around just a little bit.
They were moving a lot of product.
They were arrested for drug trafficking, and according to the sheriff's office, the suspects were high on methamphetamine and having a paranoid episode as a result.
There you go.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Today is Tattoos Day.
Yay!
Make sure that you text the word tattoo to 39333 because we're going to give away that $350 gift certificate from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. So get in on it now. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Before we start the surgery, you know that this is not just a hobby, it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my. This is before I was famous. And I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy? And
It is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think, listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up, it's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal, because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering, because it starts off with a quote from him, "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been, don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta." and you came over and you looked me in the eye, just like you did 10 minutes ago, and shook my hand and said, "Hi, it's very nice to meet you." And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world. And John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever he was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some.
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've
so.
saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire? He?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a quick shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history. Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. Yes. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. Yeah. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them, but I'm most comfortable dancing. And then, and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune, you know.
Well,
I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that, you know, has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like, for instance, You're the One That I Want in Grease.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, you know, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're like, you're the one that I want.
Yeah. A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with a career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic.
It's biblical, yes.
It seems, I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You know, you don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, you know, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy, you know.
So some people are calling it a horror suspense. You know, do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. Like I love Carrie. You know, when I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
So we work obviously.
No, it was, the system was left on automatic here, and it happens from time to time. What I was going to say, I had this whole back sell to that Foo Fighters song and everything ready to go. Sometimes I do it, believe it or not, sometimes I do plan on what I'm going to say.
Hey, the new system allows you to rewind back a little bit, right?
Yeah, back it up for me, please.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Oh, I thought you were going to...
Oh, no, I thought you could rewind the song.
No.
Oh, I can do that.
That's what I feel like.
It just blew up, yeah.
Foo Fighters released a statement concerning the future of the band and obviously the passing of Taylor and what that means to the man. But I'll get to that in music news. In the meantime, I have a lesson question. Hence the graduation, hence the pomp and circumstance. We are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Wings home opener, Saturday, January 14th, Wells Fargo Center. If you can
Tell
answer
me what wingy.
this question correctly. All right. Oh, man. What was Abe Lincoln's wrestling name? 215-263-WMMR. That's from early this morning, around 6:40 this morning.
Yep.
What was Abe Lincoln's wrestling name? A lot of people know he's a professional wrestler.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer, and we will do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories, and then we'll get the answer to the question. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Brody Jenner announcing he and girlfriend Tia Blanco are expecting. Grandma-to-be Caitlyn Jenner has reportedly already begun knitting a crib. The View's Joy Behar paid tribute to Barbara Walters during a lengthy interview last week. Behar called Walters one of the two great women she's been honored to call friend, with the other being Betsy Ross.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
And finally, recidivist liar Congressman-elect George Santos is being called to task again for claiming his mother died in the World Trade Center during the 9/11 attacks. Santos says he was completely misunderstood, and his mother died in an international house of pancakes after eating 9 to 11 snacks. Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to this question. What was Abraham Lincoln's wrestling name? 215-263-WMMR, and we'll go to Rob, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Rob, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, how you doing? Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, so do me a favor. Tell me, what was Abe Lincoln's wrestling name?
The Nut Buster.
The Nut Buster. That is correct, Rob. Hang on. Got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings home opener, Saturday, January 14th, Wells Fargo Center. And you can be there for all the hard-hitting lacrosse action. and affordable family fun. You can get your tickets now at wingslax.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. A few stories to pass along. We'll start with the story that I teased just a moment ago. Foo Fighters say that they will continue as a different band going forward following the death of Taylor Hawkins. So they've obviously waited to make any statements about the future of the band, and they took that New Year's Eve as a point to do that. So they had took to social media to share a heartfelt message about the challenges of 2022 and offer a glimpse into what the future may hold for the group. It said, as we say goodbye to the most difficult and tragic year that our band has ever known, we are reminded of how thankful we are for the people that we love and cherish the most and for the loved ones who are no longer with us. Foo Fighters were formed 27 years ago to represent the healing power of music and a continuation of life. And for the past 27 years, our fans built a worldwide community, a devoted support system that has helped us all get through the darkest of times together. A place to share our joy and our pain, our hopes and fears, and to join in a chorus of life together through music. Without Taylor, we never would have become the band that we were. And without Taylor, we know that we're going to be a different band going forward.
I wonder if that will constitute a name change.
I don't think so. The band continued saying, we also know that you, the fans, meant as much to Taylor as he meant to you. And we know that when we see you again, and we will soon, he'll be there in spirit with us, with all of us every night. So I think that saying, we're being a different band is a way to say we're going to continue on.
Right.
We won't be the same. We're going to do the best we can.
Right.
And listen, there have been many bands that have gone forward when a pivotal member of the group
they did.
dies.
He did, right?
Yeah.
Kurt Cobain.
Well, I mean, it didn't continue on with Nirvana.
Sure, you're right,
but there are other bands that have had an important figure in the band die, and they go along and they continue on. It's not a
slight.
I don't see it as being negative towards the person who passed. So, but that was the official statement.
You probably honor that, especially Taylor Hawkins would want things to come to a grinding halt.
Right. Queen guitarist Brian May is now a Sir. May, who also has a doctorate in astrophysics and is an animal welfare advocate, received a knighthood Friday as part of the UK's annual New Year's Honours list. The Queen guitarist, who was honored for services to music and charity, said that he hopes the knighthood will give him, quote, a little bit more clout. He said, maybe a few more people will listen to me than would otherwise, if it's Sir Brian on the phone. He said he was among hundreds of artists, community leaders,
Lord Buster Rhymes,
and athletes who were recognized on the first such list to be signed off by King Charles III. May has campaigned against badger culling and fox hunting through an animal welfare group that he founded in 2010 named Save Me, after the 1980 Queen song.
It's an absolute travesty what's happening to the badger population.
Mm-hmm.
Many badgers being culled. It's a brutal process.
Some animals...
You may not be familiar with the badger. It's a noble beast. Can be ridden like a horse.
What?
Yeah, and you'll kill it, but...
Then you can ride it. Some animals he's rescued over the years were released onto his land, by the way. He said in a statement, I felt for a long time that we had this false idea that humans are the only important species on the planet.
And here comes the badgers.
And I don't think an alien visitor would view it that way.
Where are all the badgers? We were told, it says here in the brochure, visit Earth, lots of badgers.
There's a brochure?
Yeah. Oh, it's got to be if you're an intergalactic vacationer.
So he said,
how do they plan their vacation?
He said, I don't think an alien visitor would view it that way. I think every species and every individual has a right to a decent life and a decent death. He's
right.
He said, that's kind of where I come from.
We have an audio clip of Brian May.
Talking about badgers?
Talking about a new perfume that smells like badger.
This was during his visit?
No.
Or maybe just a clip?
I don't really know.
Let her rip.
We got two different clips of Brian May talking about badgers.
Well, he was in our studio. We did talk about his animal rescue, his animal, not rescue, but, well, yeah, I guess so. Working with because people were killing badgers for sport and for no other reason than that.
And it's horrible.
All right, so here, let's see. Perfume smells like Badger.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
That's David Byrne.
That is David Byrne.
Smelling like badgers.
Yeah, that's the video. That's what we played earlier.
I know.
This is not my beautiful badger.
Let's try it again.
This is like a practice show, right?
You'll be surprised. The real one will seem much more professional.
Yeah, we're getting this one out of the way.
I
We're gonna
know you're just a badger.
start for real
You
tomorrow.
don't look like a fox.
All right, I think this is real this time.
He was kind enough to give us a number of perfumes which all had labels and secret markings on. And he said, tell us what you think. And me and Anita, my wife, got into it and spent quite a while wondering how we felt. And we agreed eventually on one particular perfume.
Okay.
All right. Doesn't even mention Badger once.
No. There's no Badgers mentioned.
It's implied.
All right, and then this is another clip.
Him talking about the plight of the badger.
Okay.
We're not doing very well with badgers because the government is sanctioning a huge badger cull. Thousands of badgers have been killed. What the badgers have been accused of is being a reservoir of infection for cattle. But in fact, it's the other way around. The badgers are infected, but it's only because they're in the vicinity of cows, and the disease has to be conquered within the herd.
Wasn't there a...
Plight of the badger.
Wasn't there a badger? There was like a song.
There is a song
that.
called Badger, and as a matter of fact, we have that as well.
Oh, we do?
Yep. B-A-D-G-E-R.
For the people who brought you Rackham.
All right, Badger song. Hang on a
Wait,
second.
I got to make sure that this is actually... All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Mushroom.
Yeah. All right.
Is this Queen?
No, but it was when a bunch of songs were coming out like that.
Right, the gerbil song.
And
Yeah.
Apple Pen or Pineapple Pen, or do you remember that one?
Oh,
Casey?
yeah, an apple pen.
Yeah.
Pineapple, apple pen.
It was just like people were putting stupid words together and making
got it
videos out of them.
This was
You
Mr.
got a
Weeble.
pen.
The Badger song was Mr. Weeble.
Mr. Weeble.
And then it transitioned into a snake song.
Okay. All right, what else we have here? By the way, knights are addressed as sir or... Yeah, like that too. Knights are addressed as sir or dame following their name, and it also means that May's wife of 22 years, Anita Dobson, may use the title of Lady May.
Wow.
And he said
That's a rock name.
He said she's thrilled to bits. He said, yes, she's very happy about that. Yes.
The badger's sopping wet.
Lady Anita will be enjoying. Did you say her badger?
The badger's sopping wet. That's how he says across the pond. You might use another animal.
Hoping to get some badger tonight.
Oh, yes.
Fanny.
Fanny's the way they say that, too. All right, so anyhow, he said, it's a thrill to me to be able to kind of confer that on her. It makes me feel proud that she gets an honor besides me because God knows I wouldn't be here without her. So that's cool. Here was an email I got from somebody, and I did see this story, and somebody wanted me to mention this. He said, this is from John Cantwell. He says, hey, Preston and gang, Happy New Year's to all of you and your family. I emailed you a few times as your favorite West Coast listener, and I'm happy to say that I sent this email while popping inside Montco, where I am once again living. Oh, no, he says pooping inside Montco, where I'm living once again. He said, I didn't hit the 80,000 streaming minutes this year, but I streamed you guys for a respectable 76,000 minutes on Spotify.
Wow, we appreciate it.
He says, anyway, the drummer for my favorite band, Modest Mouse, Jeremiah Green, 45 years old, passed away on New Year's Eve. And I think he deserves recognition in the entertainment report. Although not rock and roll, Pierre would tell you it's all rock music, and I would love if you gave Jeremiah the recognition that he deserves. Thank you, and Happy New Year to all you guys and gals from your families. Love to all. So,
Modest Mouse is actually rock.
I'm not a Modest Mouse guy.
They're all darlings.
Yeah, I just know of them. So, but I was, not happy to see that news at all. I didn't see the details of how he passed away.
What was the other song that they had that was kind of big?
The Ocean Breathes Salty.
Yeah, it's a great song. And that, I'm kind of like you, Preston. I know this one and The Ocean Breathes Salty, and that's about it. But they're both great songs.
So, yeah, 45 years old, Jeremiah Green. That's sad news. The band Fall Out Boy sent out a cryptic letter to fans teasing their return with new music in an email entitled A Homeboy's Life. The band revealed, we spent the last year jamming ideas in a tiny room, and I can't wait to share them with you. The band added, thanks for always sticking around. Thanks for working the beat. Spoiler alert, we got more than a gold watch coming to you next year. So they're starting to tease the fact they have music coming out. Let's see. And then the final story is Billy Idol will be honored with the first star of 2023 on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And it's happening on Thursday. Guest speakers will include Henry Rollins.
Oh, very cool.
And artist and skateboarder Shepard Fairey. The event will take place.
How about Adam Sandler?
Yeah, you're right. That'd be perfect. 6212 Hollywood Boulevard in front of Amoeba Records, and will be streamed live exclusively on walkoffame.com. According to the announcement, Idol, whose star is the 2,743rd on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, will be awarded his star in the category of recording.
Is the Musician Hall of Fame, is that in Nashville? Or is there another stretch?
There's a Songwriters Hall of Fame, and I think that's in Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has hosted the
Walk of Fame, I should say.
Famed Hollywood Walk of Fame since 1960, with the honorees selected by a committee of their peers. Sponsors fund the star, the ceremony, and the maintenance of the legendary attraction. And the Walk of Fame is free to all. To learn more, you can find your favorite stars at walkoffame.com.
That's pretty cool.
Good for him.
Yeah.
There is one. There's a Musicians Hall of Fame in Nashville. It is closed until Monday for renovations.
And putting in that churro stand.
Dude, I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Churros?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's going to improve the place.
Cinnamon goodness.
Yeah.
Little vanilla ice cream with a churro is a heavenly thing.
Kathy, you don't like
It's not
churros?
worth- It's just not worth it. Not that I don't like it. It's not worth it.
You'd rather get a different dessert.
She'd rather have meatloaf.
Dear God, meatloaf and churros.
It's meaning you just don't think, you think they're a little overrated, or they're you don't
like
like
it's not worth the calories for me to eat them. They're good. They're decent, but I wouldn't.
They're warm.
You
I'd
should
rather
have
save it for something else.
an Indigo Girls type band with you and another woman, and you call yourself Meatloaf and Churros.
Meatloaf
and churros.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks for coming. We are Meatloaf and Churros. We invite you to enjoy your espresso while we serenade you with songs about just being.
We would have more of a negative vibe, though, I feel like.
Yeah, probably.
Best churro, best place to get a churro? What do you think?
Around here?
I
don't know. I
Costco.
Are there churro
Costco,
places?
I guess.
What do you
I don't
mean?
know. What kind of a question is that?
Don't you get them at like a fair?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Let's ask the hotel concierge. We might one find an exquisite churro in this city.
We get them at Costco.
Okay.
They're really good.
A great one at the LA Zoo one time.
Yeah. I got a great one at Great Adventure.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've never gotten like a cuisine. You know, like I've never gone to like Alma de Cuba or Cuba Libre or anything like that. Or El Vez.
Alma de Cuba has a really good chocolate cigar dessert. It comes out shaped like a cigar, but it's
chocolate.
Chocolate.
Wow.
It's really good.
Cafe
Sounds like a turd.
chocolate.
Case, they generally aren't served for, I'm sure there are places that have used a dessert, and here's our restaurant gal, Marissa.
I have two for you, Casey. Cantina La Martina in Kensington has a churro dessert. They're a little bite-sized with like dippy sauce.
Okay.
And then there is a place called El Mercury. It has two spots. It's on 21st and Chestnut. And then in the Reading Terminal Market, they serve a churro like folded over in a loop and put it in ice cream.
Oh, that sounds excellent.
Yummy.
Worth it.
Excellent. Well, there you go.
Can your mom make that as well, Nick?
Yeah, I'll ask her. Texting her now.
All right, that's it in music news. That's it in churro news. We have a break to take. We're going to come back in a moment. It's a new segment on the show, Churro News.
Yeah.
We'll get the latter day word of the week, and Sarah's in for Pierre today. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma's a brilliant. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix or
yeah,
iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got 2 pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon. Soon, I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
Well, that's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose zone,
the Moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character. So to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it is more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me gif in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also heroin chip. What they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't. But if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, well, I don't why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow, I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go? He just let you go?
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me. and then I won't interfere with how you direct
It's
it.
got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's the smartest.
Yeah, yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go, because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow. And for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy, and it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because he had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, 3 different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine alone. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Immediate flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
Yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour is a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. It's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I have.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Well, being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things.
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is is being donated?
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years, and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated, and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on, his husband had never seen.
He had never seen
And
Grease.
you actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was watching his reaction, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Man Music Center.
Welcome to the day. If you haven't been outside yet, it's pretty damn mild. It's going up to 60 degrees today, going up to 65 tomorrow. You might see a little spotty shower from time to time, but I think we can handle that, but damn comfortable. Friday, the high is 48, so that's not crazy cold. We had that little stretch of 3-4 days. It was brutally cold.
Yeah. This is the absolute opposite.
Yep, and I'm sure we're not totally done with that type of thing, but this is a really, really nice break, so enjoy. Thank you to Joe Matarese for being on the show this morning. Joe is performing at Punchline Friday and Saturday, so we checked in with him, and he's excited about all that good stuff. Oh, and also, today is Tattoo Day. That means we have a winner and a name to announce. We'd like to congratulate Patrick Miller of Norristown. Patrick just picked up a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. They're located on South Street, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. And if you want to check out their artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So very good. And congratulations to you, Patrick. Sarah Parker is here.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Baba Tuda Ba Tu Ba Ba Doo Got Got Bop It Out.
And you nail it every time. You nail it.
Can I go home now?
Welcome back. Yeah, if you want to.
Thank you.
So Pierre's off just today?
Correct.
Okay.
He is back tomorrow.
All right.
I believe.
Did he leave the area? Did he go to, do we know if he went to Tahoe?
You know what? I'm not sure.
He was out in the city at a different time than I was. We were texting, but he went out to celebrate New Year's Eve in the city. So, yeah, he was local. Yeah.
All right.
Excellent.
Happy
Everyone
New
have a
Year.
good restful break?
Actually, restful is a good way to put that. I got plenty.
You didn't.
No, I was here. I live here. But you know what? It's great. I really love spending the holidays at MMR because everyone's just like in a good mood. The listeners are in a good mood.
It was cool.
There's no one here in the building, so I get left alone. It's great.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's awesome. I was really excited driving in to hear that Kathy and Nick are now Miley Cyrus fans.
Yeah.
Because I was literally screaming at my radio like, yeah, I've been telling you, she's great. So finally.
I forgot about that.
Yes, I love her so much.
Did you watch the New Year's Eve special?
I did, yeah.
It was really good.
Loved it.
Yeah.
And loved Dolly, too.
Yeah.
Nice.
National
entertaining.
treasure.
Is there a name for Miley Cyrus fans? Does she have like a throng?
Mileyans. I don't
Millions?
know. For miles. Millions, yeah.
No.
We'll think about it.
All right.
We'll workshop that one.
Millennials.
Well, there you go. We need to get the letter of the day. You got it?
Yes.
Here we go.
And Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
T, as in Taylor Hawkins, because Casey pointed out that I am wearing the shirt today.
Very good. And don't forget, we're giving away a pair of lawn passes for the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion Summer Concert Season 2023. Lawn Pass is going to give fans guaranteed access to over 30 of this summer's most incredible concerts. And they're on sale now, by the way, while supplies last at lawnpass.livenation.com. By the way, Miley's fandom are called Smilers.
Smilers.
I don't know why.
I don't like
Miley, Smiley. Yeah, I
That's
guess
how
so.
she got that name because, and Dolly explained this in the special the other night, everybody would say that she's smiling at me when she was a little girl. And her given name is not Miley Cyrus. So it became a nickname because it sounded like she was smiling at everybody. And then it just became she was smiling at everybody. And then she became Miley because she smiled so much.
Wait a minute. Where did they get Miley from Smiley?
She would say, they're miling at me. They're miling at me.
Oh, as a kid.
When she was a little
Just a little kid thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that stuck. And so Billy Ray Cyrus, her dad, started calling her Miley because she was smiling all the time.
All right. That's kind of cute.
Yeah.
All right. I like that.
Count me among the smilers.
All right. What do you got coming on today, Smiley? What's up?
Workforce blocks at noon include Foo Fighters, Skynyrd, and the Black Keys. I've got a gift card to give away for Woodstock Trading Company. It's also Double Shot Tuesday, so you can text your request to 39333. And it's also John Paul Jones' birthday, so we're going to have to sneak some Led Zeppelin in there at some point.
Love it. All right. Hang out with Sarah today. Why don't you? I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and also by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin' tomorrow. Being a Wednesday already, we'll be doing Fox Good Day. We'll have a secret text word, and we have a couple who got engaged at the Sixers game.
Yeah, it became a bit of a story.
Us.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so people were sort of trashing him over social media, and he started clapping back, and it became a bit of a Buzz story. So they're going to be stopping by tomorrow morning.
All right, very good. Yeah, that's Chris and Jackie. Right. And she's one of the dancers.
Sixers dancer,
She's
yeah.
not a singer.
Oh, she was a singer?
No, she's a dancer.
Okay. No, she was a dancer.
Thanks. Oh my God.
Stop. Suck it on a chili dog.
Yeah. All right, we're done. That's it. Ray John, have a great day. Bye-bye.
93 WMMR.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
This is Matt Crowder live at the gas station on 41st Street reporting on those.